Welcome, adventurers. Tonight, beneath the flickering torchlight of our grand hall, we gather to share legendary tales from distant realms, stories of magic, monsters, and mighty heroes, to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we cross into the veil of slumber, take a moment to cast a support spell, smash the like button, and join our growing adventuring party by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what realm you're watching from. Whether you're tuning in from Waterdeep, the Sword Coast, or a cozy tavern in California, share your location in the comments below. Your presence strengthens our fellowship and helps our magical community grow ever stronger. Now, the dice have been rolled, and the time for storytelling has come. Get in a comfortable position, dim the lights, and let the journey begin. Chapter 1. The Crown of Elven Kind. In the deepest heart of the ancient forest of Coronal, where silver moonbeams filtered through leaves that had witnessed the birth and death of empires, there arose a city unlike any the world had ever known. Drannor, the city of song, the crown of elven kind. Names that would echo through the ages like a lament for all that was beautiful and lost. Here, in this place where magic flowed like water and dreams took physical form, the elves dared to imagine perfection made manifest. Yet, as with all tales of hubris reaching toward the divine, this story begins not with triumph, but with the seeds of inevitable tragedy already planted in the very soil of noble intention. The year was 261 Dale Reckoning when the first stones of Drannor were laid, though the dreams that would birth the city had been growing in elven hearts for centuries before. The great forest of Coronal stretched endlessly beneath ancient stars, its depths harboring secrets older than human memory, older perhaps than the memory of the world itself. Within these woodland depths, the elves had dwelt in harmony with nature's rhythms, their communities scattered like precious gems throughout the green cathedral of towering trees. They lived as they had always lived, apart, aloof, eternal in their measured distance from the younger races who scurried across the world's surface like mayflies in summer. But change, that most inevitable of forces, had begun to stir even in the timeless realm of elven kind. The world beyond the forest was awakening. Humans spread across the land with their brief, burning lives, their kingdoms rising and falling like seasons. Dwarves delved deeper into mountain homes, their hammers ringing against stone in rhythms that echoed elven songs. Halflings wandered the roads with laughter on their lips and stories in their hearts. The age of isolation was ending, though few among the Telquesser, the fair folk, understood this truth in those early days. It was Coronal who first gave voice to the vision that would reshape the world. Standing in the heart of the ancient grove that would one day support the city's foundation, he spoke words that rang with prophetic power. Too long have we dwelt apart, believing our superiority grants us the luxury of separation. The threads of fate bind all peoples together, and in that binding lies both our greatest opportunity and our most terrible vulnerability. His advisors whispered among themselves, some in wonder, others in dismay. For an elven ruler to speak of unity with the shorter-lived races was either the height of wisdom or the depths of folly, and in the years to come it would prove to be both. The Coronal's vision was not born from sentiment alone, though love for all free peoples burned bright in his ancient heart. He had walked the paths of prophetic dreams, had seen the shadows gathering in the darker corners of the world. Evil was stirring, taking new forms, learning new hungers. The traditional elven response, withdrawal into deeper isolation, would no longer suffice. The coming darkness would require all free peoples to stand together, or it would devour them one by one, picking apart their separate realizations like a predator scattering a flock. In the deepest part of Coronal, where the roots of the oldest trees reached down to touch the very bones of the earth, Eltargrim chose the site for his great experiment. Here, where ley lines of magical energy converged like the spokes of some cosmic wheel, he would build a city that embodied his revolutionary ideal, not merely an elven settlement that tolerated other races, but a true fusion of peoples and cultures a living symbol of what unity might accomplish when bound together by common purpose and mutual respect. The planning alone took decades, for this would be no ordinary city. Every street would sing with harmonic resonance. Every building would be grown rather than built, shaped from living wood and singing stone through the ancient arts of elven craftsmanship. The city would be a work of art as much as a place of habitation, a symphony rendered in architecture and landscape, a poem written in silver spires and crystal fountains. Most ambitiously of all, it would be protected and enhanced by a Mythal, a great work of high magic that would make the city itself a living extension of the weave. As word of the Coronal's plan spread throughout the elven realms, reactions ranged from enthusiasm to outright horror. The younger elves, those who had grown restless with traditional isolation, embraced the vision with passionate intensity. They spoke of the wonders that might be achieved when elven wisdom combined with human innovation, when dwarven craftsmanship merged with halfling joy, when all the free peoples worked together toward common goals. The older elves, the keepers of ancient traditions, saw only disaster in the making. They had lived through the wars and betrayals that marked the history of interracial relations. They knew the price of trust too freely given, the cost of opening their hearts to those who would inevitably prove unworthy of such gifts. Yet Eltargrim pressed forward with his grand design, and in time, even some of the skeptical elder voices were won over by the sheer audacity and beauty of his vision. For if elves were to be anything more than mere guardians of a fading past, if they were to shape the future rather than simply endure it, then perhaps bold action was required. Perhaps the risk of great failure was justified by the possibility of transcendent success. The first stone of Drannor was laid with ceremonies that lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. Elven high mages worked their greatest enchantments, binding the foundations of the city to the fundamental forces of creation itself. The ground sang as it was shaped, the very earth rejoicing as it was transformed into something greater than mere soil and stone. Trees bent their ancient branches to provide living pillars and arches. Streams altered their courses to flow in perfect harmony with the city's emerging design. The forest itself seemed to collaborate in the great work, as if nature recognized the nobility of the vision being brought to life. As the city grew, so too did the wonder of those who witnessed its creation. The spires rose like frozen music, their crystal and silver surfaces catching light and transforming it into rainbow cascades that danced through the streets. Gardens bloomed in impossible profusion, tended by magic that encouraged each flower to achieve its perfect form. Fountains sang with voices like celestial choirs, their waters blessed by rituals older than recorded history. Every aspect of the city's design reflected the elven understanding that true beauty came not from domination of nature, but from harmony with it. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of Drannор's creation was not its physical splendor, but the unprecedented invitation that accompanied its rise. As the city neared completion, Coronal Eltargrim sent emissaries to the courts of human kings, to the halls of dwarven lords, to the councils of halfling elders. The message they carried was simple yet revolutionary. Come and be welcome. Come and help us build something the world has never seen. Come and let us discover together what miracles might be achieved when all free peoples work as one. The responses to this invitation varied as widely as the recipients themselves. Some human rulers saw opportunity in the elven offer, recognizing the chance to learn from the wisdom of the eldest race. Others suspected trap or trick, unable to believe that the proud elves would genuinely welcome shorter-lived peoples as equals. The dwarves debated the matter in their mountain halls, some arguing that cooperation with surface dwellers had never brought anything but trouble, others pointing out that elven magic might accomplish what dwarven stonecraft alone could not. The halflings, characteristically, were the most ready to embrace the adventure, packing their belongings and setting out for the forest, almost before the elven emissaries had finished speaking. As the first non-elven residents arrived in Drannor, the true test of Eltargrim's vision began. Centuries of mutual distrust and cultural misunderstanding could not be overcome in a day or a year. Humans, with their brief lives and intense passions, often seemed reckless and crude to elven sensibilities. Dwarves, accustomed to the solid permanence of stone and metal, found the elven preference for living architecture bewildering and impractical. Even the cheerful halflings, easiest of the newcomers to integrate, sometimes chafed at elven formality and the slow pace of decision-making that came naturally to an immortal people. Yet gradually, miraculously, the barriers began to fall. Human innovation sparked new ideas in elven minds that had grown perhaps too comfortable with ancient ways. Dwarven practical skills solved problems that elven magic had made unnecessarily complex. Halfling humor and warmth thawed social customs that had become rigid with age. Children of different races played together in the crystal gardens, their laughter creating new harmonies that the city's founding songs had never anticipated. Love, that most transcendent of forces, began to bloom between individuals who might never have met in the isolation of their separate communities. The early years of Drannор's golden age seemed to justify every hope that Eltargrim had invested in his great experiment. The city became a beacon of learning, its libraries accumulating knowledge from every corner of Faerun. Magical research reached new heights as different traditions of spellcraft were combined and refined. Art flourished as never before, with elven technique enhanced by human passion, dwarven precision, and halfling joy. Trade flowed into the city from across the continent, bringing not just wealth but new ideas, new perspectives, new possibilities for growth and understanding. But even in these halcyon days, careful observers might have noted the shadows gathering at the edges of the light. The very success of Drannor attracted attention from forces that despised everything the city represented. In the deeper darkness beyond civilization's reach, ancient evils stirred and took notice of this unprecedented gathering of free peoples, this symbol of unity and hope. They began to plan, to scheme, to corrupt and suborn. For if Drannor succeeded in its grand experiment, if the races of good could truly unite in lasting alliance, then the plans of darkness would face their greatest threat in ages uncounted. More troubling still were the divisions that began to appear within the city itself. Not all elves had embraced the Coronal's vision with equal enthusiasm, and as the generations passed, resentment began to fester among those who felt their ancient heritage was being diluted by foreign influence. Some humans, arriving with the aggressive ambition of their kind, began to push for changes that struck at the heart of elven culture. The delicate balance that held the city together required constant vigilance, constant compromise, constant willingness to place the common good above individual or racial pride. And then there were the refugees. As Drannor's reputation spread, it attracted not only those seeking opportunity and knowledge, but also those fleeing from darker fates. Some came bearing genuine need and gratitude. Others brought with them the very troubles they claimed to be escaping. Still others were not refugees at all, but agents of corruption sent to undermine the city from within. Distinguishing between these groups became increasingly difficult as their numbers grew, and the generous spirit that made Drannor great also made it vulnerable to those who would exploit such generosity. The Mythal that protected the city was both blessing and curse in this regard. Its power ensured that no major military force could threaten Drannor directly, but it could not guard against the slow poison of internal decay. Like a magnificent tree that stands invulnerable to the storm, but falls victim to the insects boring at its roots, the city faced threats that its greatest defenses were powerless to stop. Coronal Eltargrim, now grown ancient even by elven standards, began to see the signs of the coming crisis in the subtle changes that marked his beloved city's evolution. The easy camaraderie of the early years had given way to political factions and cultural tensions. The shared sense of wonder that had united the first generation of mixed inhabitants was being replaced by the mundane concerns of established power structures. Most troubling of all, there were reports of strange influences at work in the darker corners of the city, whispers of corruption that seemed to strike at the very souls of the afflicted. Yet for all these growing concerns, Drannor remained a marvel unlike anything the world had ever known. Its crystal spires still caught the light and transformed it into rainbow music. Its gardens still bloomed with impossible beauty. Its libraries still accumulated the wisdom of ages. Its people, for all their growing divisions, still represented the greatest hope for unity among the free peoples of Faerun. The city stood as proof that the noble experiment could work, that differences could be bridged, that cooperation could triumph over ancient prejudices. But shadows were lengthening across the world, and in the deepest darkness, patient malevolence was preparing to test whether the bonds forged in hope and idealism could withstand the ultimate trial. The army of darkness was gathering, drawn by hatred for everything. Drannor represented. Fiends whispered poison into willing ears. Dragons dreamed of the city's destruction. The corrupt among every race began to listen to voices that promised power in exchange for betrayal. The Golden Age was drawing to its close, though few yet recognized the signs. In the crystal fountains, the water still sang with celestial voices, but sometimes now those voices carried notes of sorrow, as if the very stones of the city sensed the approaching doom. The trees that formed the living architecture began to whisper warnings in the ancient Elven tongue, speaking of shadows gathering beyond the reach of even the Mythal's power to dispel. And in his palace of grown silver and singing stone, Coronal stood upon his highest balcony and gazed out over the city he had dreamed into existence. In the distance, beyond the borders of the protected realm, he could feel the darkness gathering like a storm on the horizon. The test was coming, the ultimate trial that would determine whether his great vision would survive to inspire future generations, or whether it would fall like so many noble dreams before it, leaving only ruins and regret as monuments to the hubris of those who dared to reach too high. The crown jewel of elven kind gleamed in the setting sun, its beauty unmarred, its wonder undiminished. But time, that most relentless of forces, was bringing the season of testing, and in that testing, Drannor would either prove the eternal truth of its founding vision, or become a cautionary tale about the price of dreams that burn too bright for the darkness of the world to endure. Chapter 2. The Coronal's Dream. Power corrupts, but isolation withers the soul, and in the eternal tension between these truths lies the crucible where the greatest leaders are tested. Few understood this paradox more deeply than Coronal, whose revolutionary vision would shatter millennia of elven tradition and reshape the very concept of what a civilization might become. His dream was born, not from naive idealism, but from the profound wisdom that comes only to those who have lived long enough to see the cycles of history repeat, who have watched empires rise and fall like waves upon an endless shore, and who have learned that even the mightiest oak will die if it refuses to bend before the storm. In the deepest archives of what would become Drannor, hidden within chambers carved from living heartwood and sealed with magic older than memory, the chronicles speak of the night when first received his prophetic vision. It was during the festival of Starfall, when the barriers between worlds grow thin and the future casts shadows backward into the present. The Coronal had withdrawn to the sacred grove of Larathian, seeking guidance in the face of troubling omens that had begun to plague his meditations. The world was changing, and elven society's response, deeper withdrawal, stricter isolation, more rigid adherence to ancient ways, felt like the actions of a people preparing not for survival, but for elegant extinction. As the stars wheeled overhead in their cosmic dance, fell into the deep trance that marks the highest form of elven communion with the divine. In that sacred stillness, visions flooded his consciousness like a river bursting its banks. He saw the future spread before him in all its terrible possibility. Empires of darkness rising to challenge the light, ancient evils awakening from primordial slumber, the younger races struggling alone against forces they could not comprehend, much less defeat. Most chilling of all, he saw the elves themselves, proud, ancient, immortal, dwindling into irrelevance, as they clung to traditions that had become chains rather than wings. But the vision showed him another path as well, narrow and perilous, leading through valleys of sacrifice and over mountains of seemingly impossible challenge. He saw a city where the barriers between races had dissolved, where human passion tempered elven wisdom, where dwarven steadfastness anchored halfling joy, where the combined strength of all free peoples created something greater than the sum of its parts. In this vision, the elves did not fade into memory, but became the architects of a new age, their ancient knowledge providing the foundation upon which a greater civilization could be built. When Eltargrim emerged from his trance, the first light of dawn was painting the sky with shades of gold and rose. The vision burned in his memory with the clarity of lived experience, and he knew with absolute certainty that he had been shown not merely one possible future, but the only future that offered hope for his people's continued relevance in a rapidly changing world. The path would be difficult beyond imagining, requiring him to challenge every assumption upon which elven society had been built. But the alternative, the slow fade into glorious obsolescence, was no choice at all for a leader who truly loved his people. The political upheaval that followed Eltargrim's announcement of his vision shook elven society to its very foundations. For over 3,000 years, the policy of isolation had served the Telquesir well, protecting them from the chaos and corruption that seemed to follow the younger races wherever they went. The great elven houses had built their power on this separation, their authority derived from their role as guardians of ancient purity and traditional ways. To suggest fundamental change to this system was not merely political heresy, it was an attack on the very identity of what it meant to be elven. Lord Miritar of House Amaryllis, eldest among the noble houses and keeper of the most ancient bloodlines, spoke for many when he declared the Coronal's vision, the fevered dream of a mind too long exposed to foreign influences. His words carried the weight of millennia, for House Amaryllis could trace its lineage back to the first elves who had awakened beneath the stars, and their opposition to change had preserved elven culture through ages of trial and tribulation. "We are the Telquesir," he proclaimed before the assembled court, "the people of the stars, chosen of Coronal Larethian to embody perfection in an imperfect world, to mingle our blood, our culture, our very souls with the crude offspring of lesser creation, is to diminish the divine spark that makes us what we are." Yet for every voice raised in opposition, another answered in support of the Coronal's radical proposal. Lady Simristar of House Moonflower, whose lineage was no less ancient than Miritar's own, had walked among the human kingdoms and seen potential that rigid tradition refused to acknowledge. "I have witnessed human mages accomplish in decades what takes our scholars centuries to perfect," she declared, her words causing ripples of shock throughout the assembled nobility, not through superior wisdom, but through the desperate innovation that comes from knowing their time is limited. Imagine what they might achieve if guided by our patience and experience, and imagine what we might learn from their urgency and creativity. The debate raged for months in the halls of power, dividing not only the great houses but families, guilds, and communities throughout the elven realms. Ancient friendships shattered over fundamental questions of identity and purpose. Young elves, their immortal lives stretching endlessly before them, saw in Eltargrim's vision the promise of adventure and meaning beyond the increasingly stifling confines of traditional society. Older elves who had lived through the wars and betrayals that marked previous attempts at cooperation with other races warned that the Coronal's dream would lead only to corruption and disaster. The most painful divisions occurred within the priestly orders, for the question of divine will lay at the heart of the debate. The orthodox priests of Coronal Larethian interpreted their god's teachings as a mandate for elven superiority and separation from lesser races, but a growing number of younger clerics argued that the Seldarine's true message was one of harmony and growth, that the elven gods had granted their people wisdom not to hoard but to share, not to hide but to illuminate the darkness wherever it might be found. These theological disputes threatened to split the very foundations of elven spiritual life, creating schisms that would take centuries to heal. Eltargrim himself remained outwardly serene throughout the political storm, but those closest to him could see the toll the conflict was taking on his ancient spirit. He had not made his decision lightly, and the accusations of betrayal and corruption cut deeply into a heart that had beaten for over 2 millennia in service to his people. Yet he also knew that leadership sometimes required the courage to be misunderstood, to endure the hatred of those one sought to save. The vision had shown him not only the necessity of change, but the price it would exact from those bold enough to champion it. The turning point came when reports began to arrive from the borders of the Elven realms, carried by scouts and rangers who had witnessed disturbing signs in the wider world. Ancient evils were stirring in forgotten places, their malevolent influence seeping like poison into the dreams of the susceptible. Human kingdoms were falling to corruption from within, their rulers transformed into puppets of darkness by forces that struck at the soul rather than the sword. Dwarven holds reported strange disappearances and whispered tales of clan brothers who had returned from deep mining expeditions, fundamentally changed, their eyes holding depths of malice that no dwarf should possess. Most troubling of all were the accounts of coordinated attacks on Elven settlements, raids that displayed a knowledge of Elven defenses and customs that could only have come from within. The enemy, whatever its true nature, was already working to turn the races against each other, exploiting their mutual distrust and isolation to prevent any unified response to the growing threat. In the face of such evidence, even some of the most ardent traditionalists began to acknowledge that the old ways might no longer be sufficient for the challenges ahead. Lady Avheen of House Starweaver, whose prophetic abilities were renowned throughout the Elven courts, emerged from a week-long communion with visions that would silence the last organized opposition to Eltargrim's plan. Speaking before the full assembly of noble houses, her voice carrying the unmistakable authority of divine inspiration, she declared, "I have seen the threads of fate, and they converge upon a single point of decision. If we continue on the path of isolation, we will preserve our purity for exactly as long as it takes the darkness to devour our allies, and then turn its full attention to our diminished realm. If we embrace the Coronal's vision, we face trials that will test the very foundations of our being, but from those trials may emerge a strength the world has never known." The vote, when it finally came, was closer than Eltargrim had hoped, but decisive enough to provide a mandate for change. The great houses were divided almost evenly, but the decisive factor came from the smaller nobles and the common elves, whose voices carried equal weight in the ancient councils of the Telquessir. They had seen their children grow restless within the confines of traditional society, had witnessed the slow stagnation that comes when any culture becomes too focused on preserving the past rather than building the future. They cast their lots with hope rather than fear, with possibility rather than precedent. Yet even victory brought new challenges, for implementing Eltargrim's vision would require more than political support. It would demand a fundamental transformation of Elven society itself. Laws that had governed interaction with other races for millennia would need to be rewritten. Military doctrines based on defensive isolation would require complete revision. Educational systems that had focused on preserving ancient knowledge would need to expand to accommodate new forms of learning. Most challenging of all, the very concept of Elven identity would need to evolve to encompass a role as partners and teachers, rather than distant guardians of fading glory. The selection of a site for the great experiment became a task of both practical and symbolic importance. The location would need to be defensible yet accessible, isolated enough to provide security for the delicate work of cultural fusion, yet connected enough to serve as a beacon for all who sought to join the grand endeavor. After months of careful study, Eltargrim chose the heart of the Cormanthor forest, where the roots of the oldest trees touched the very bones of the earth, and the convergence of magical energies created a natural foundation for the great works that would be required. The announcement of the chosen site sent ripples of excitement and apprehension throughout the Elven realms and beyond. Human ambassadors began arriving to discuss the terms of participation in the unprecedented experiment. Dwarven envoys emerged from their mountain holds to witness what they privately believed would be either the greatest triumph or the most spectacular failure in recorded history. Halfling merchants spread word of the coming city along every trade route, their natural enthusiasm for new adventures making them some of the project's most effective advocates. But even as hope flourished, so too did opposition take on new and more dangerous forms. Those elven houses that had opposed the vision from the beginning began to organize more systematically, forming secret alliances aimed at sabotaging the project before it could take root. Some among them went further still, sending emissaries to the darker powers that lurked beyond the borders of civilization, seeking allies in their struggle to preserve what they saw as the true elven way. These traitors, believing themselves to be patriots, opened doors that should have remained forever sealed, creating opportunities for corruption that would not fully manifest until the city's greatest hour of trial. Meanwhile, Eltargrim threw himself into the monumental task of planning the physical and social architecture of his dream made manifest. Working with the greatest elven architects, mages, and scholars, he began to design not just a city, but an entirely new form of civilization. Every aspect of the planned settlement would need to accommodate the different needs and customs of multiple races, while maintaining the harmony that was essential to the project's success. Streets would need to be wide enough for human wagons, yet intimate enough to preserve the elven connection to nature. Buildings would need to provide the security that dwarves required, while maintaining the openness that humans craved. Gardens would need to satisfy halfling love of growing things while incorporating the magical elements that were fundamental to elven culture. The magical aspects of the city's design presented even greater challenges. The Mythal that would protect and enhance the settlement would need to be more complex than any ever attempted, capable of harmonizing the different magical traditions of multiple races, while providing defenses against threats that might come from within, as well as without. Elven high mages began the preliminary work of mapping the magical currents that would support such an ambitious undertaking, their calculations requiring years of careful study and preparation. As the plans took shape, so too did the deeper implications of what Eltargrim was attempting to create. This would not simply be a city where different races happened to live in proximity to one another. It would be a true fusion of cultures, a place where the best aspects of each tradition could enhance and strengthen the others. Human innovation would be guided by elven wisdom. Dwarven craftsmanship would be elevated by elven artistry. Halfling joy would temper the sometimes excessive solemnity of elven culture. The result, if successful, would be something entirely new under the sun. A civilization that transcended the limitations of any single race to achieve heights that none could reach alone. Yet even as the grand design neared completion, shadows continued to gather on the horizon. Reports from the borderlands grew more ominous with each passing season. The army of darkness was taking shape in the wild places beyond civilization's reach, drawing its ranks from the outcasts and corruptible of every race. Fiends whispered promises of power to those willing to betray their own kind. Dragons, ancient and malevolent, began to take interest in the proceedings, seeing in the coming city either a threat to be eliminated or a prize to be claimed. The forces of evil recognized the danger that Eltargrim's vision represented to their own dark designs, and they began to marshal their strength for the confrontation that seemed increasingly inevitable. But for now, in the halls of crystal and silver where the Coronal held court, hope still burned brighter than fear. The dream was taking shape, transforming from vision to plan to reality with each passing day. Soon, the first stones would be laid. The first spells would be woven, and the greatest experiment in the history of civilization would begin. Whether it would end in triumph or tragedy remained to be seen, but Eltargrim had chosen to bet everything on the belief that the bonds of unity could prove stronger than the forces of division, that love could triumph over hate, that the light of shared purpose could drive back even the deepest darkness. The die was cast, the path chosen, the dream given form and substance. All that remained was to build it, to defend it, and to discover whether the noble vision of one far-seeing elf could indeed reshape the destiny of all the free peoples of Faerun. In the end, the greatest test would not be whether the city could be built, but whether it could endure the trials that would surely come. whether the unity forged in hope could survive the furnace of ultimate adversity. The Coronal's dream was about to become reality, and with it would come both the greatest triumph and the most tragic loss in the annals of Elven history. Chapter 3. The Golden Age Ascendant. There comes a moment in the life of every great dream when possibility transcends the merely theoretical and becomes manifest reality. When the skeptics fall silent before the undeniable evidence of achievement, and when even the dreamers themselves stand amazed at what their vision has wrought. For Drannor, that moment arrived not with fanfare or proclamation, but with the quiet recognition that something unprecedented was taking root in the heart of Cormanthor. A civilization unlike any the world had ever known, where the barriers between races had not merely been lowered, but transformed into bridges of mutual understanding and shared purpose. The transformation began slowly, like dawn breaking over distant mountains, but gathered momentum with each passing season, as the city's population swelled with pilgrims, scholars, artisans, and dreamers from across Faerun. They came not as conquerors or colonists, but as participants in humanity's greatest experiment in cooperation, drawn by tales of a place where old hatreds had been set aside in favor of unprecedented collaboration. Human merchants arrived with caravans laden with goods and stories from distant lands. Dwarven master craftsmen emerged from their mountain halls, their ancient tools gleaming with the promise of new applications for time-honored skills. Halfling families wandered down forest paths with laughter on their lips and hope in their hearts, ready to plant new roots in soil blessed by possibility. Yet it was not merely the diversity of Drannor's population that marked its uniqueness, but the extraordinary synthesis that emerged from their interaction. In the crystal workshops of the Artisan Quarter, Elven techniques for growing structures from living crystal were enhanced by dwarven knowledge of metallurgy and human innovations in mechanical engineering. The result was architecture that breathed with life while possessing the permanence of stone and the precision of the finest clockwork. Buildings rose that seemed to sing in harmony with the wind, their surfaces shifting through subtle spectrums of color as they responded to the emotional resonance of their inhabitants. The great library of Drannor became perhaps the most visible symbol of this cultural fusion, its halls expanding with each new acquisition of knowledge from every corner of the known world. Here, Elven tomes written on leaves that would never decay shared shelf space with human chronicles inked on parchment and vellum, with dwarven histories carved in plates of precious metal, with halfling genealogies maintained through oral tradition and recorded in volumes of surprising depth and complexity. The library's collection grew not through conquest or appropriation, but through generous exchange, as scholars of every race recognized the unprecedented opportunity to preserve and share the accumulated wisdom of their peoples. Master Librarian Yalathanel, whose elven heritage granted him the patience for long-term planning while his exposure to human urgency taught him the value of immediate action, oversaw the development of cataloging systems that could accommodate the radically different approaches to knowledge organization employed by different cultures. Elven scholars thought in terms of eternal themes and cyclical patterns. Human academics focused on linear progression and practical application. Dwarven lore masters organized information according to genealogical relationships and craft traditions. Halfling storytellers preserved knowledge through narrative frameworks that emphasized emotional resonance and memorable characters. The synthesis of these approaches produced revolutionary advances in magical theory and practice. Elven high magic, with its emphasis on grand workings that could reshape reality itself, was tempered and focused by human innovations in precision spellcasting and dwarven understanding of material components. The result was a new school of magical practice that combined the scope of the greatest elven rituals with the reliability and efficiency that human mages demanded, and the enduring permanence that dwarven artificers prized above all else. In the workshops of the Enchanters Guild, master artificers from every race collaborated on projects that would have been impossible for any single tradition to achieve. Elven moonblades, weapons of legendary power that had traditionally been crafted only for the greatest heroes of elven kind, were enhanced with dwarven runic techniques that granted them new capabilities without diminishing their spiritual significance. Human innovations in alchemical processes were refined through elven understanding of natural harmonies, producing potions and elixirs of unprecedented potency and purity. Halfling insights into the cultivation of magical plants led to the development of gardens where reagents grew with properties that enhanced their usefulness in spellcasting, while reducing the dangerous side effects that had long plagued magical practice. The city's magical defenses, centered around the great Mythal that protected and enhanced every aspect of life within its boundaries, represented perhaps the most ambitious collaborative magical working ever attempted. Traditional elven Mythals had been constructed to preserve and protect single communities of the Talquasir, their power focused on maintaining the harmony between civilization and nature that formed the foundation of elven culture. But the Mythal of Drannor needed to accommodate the radically different magical traditions and spiritual beliefs of multiple races, while providing protection against threats that none of them had faced in isolation. The solution required innovations in magical theory that challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of spellcraft itself. Rather than imposing a single magical paradigm on all inhabitants, the Mythal was designed to enhance and harmonize different approaches to magical practice, creating a framework within which elven intuitive magic, human scholarly spellcasting, dwarven runic traditions, and halfling natural empathy could all flourish simultaneously. The result was a magical environment unlike any previously achieved, where the very air itself seemed to pulse with creative potential, and where even the most modest practitioners found their abilities enhanced beyond their wildest expectations. Trade and commerce flourished as never before, creating prosperity that benefited not only Drannor, but the entire region of Cormanthor. The city's markets became legendary for the quality and diversity of goods available, from elven crafts of ethereal beauty, to dwarven weapons of unmatched durability, to human inventions that solved practical problems with ingenious efficiency. Halfling merchants established trade networks that stretched across the continent, their natural charm and trustworthiness opening doors that had remained closed to more aggressive commercial approaches. But perhaps more significant than the material prosperity was the cultural flowering that emerged from the constant interaction between different traditions and worldviews. Artists discovered new forms of expression as they learned from colleagues whose aesthetic sensibilities had been shaped by radically different experiences. Elven painters, working with pigments developed through human alchemical techniques and applied to canvases prepared using dwarven methods, created works that captured the essence of eternal beauty while grounding it in the immediate reality of lived experience. Human musicians, studying under elven masters who understood the magical properties of sound, composed symphonies that could literally reshape the emotions of their listeners while telling stories that resonated with the narrative traditions of halfling culture. The philosophical implications of this cultural synthesis extended far beyond the realm of art and aesthetics. For the first time in recorded history, scholars from different races worked together on fundamental questions about the nature of existence, consciousness, and divine purpose. Elven metaphysicians, with their intuitive understanding of the connections between all living things, collaborated with human natural philosophers who sought to understand the world through systematic observation and experimentation. Dwarven theologians whose faith was grounded in the tangible reality of creation and craft engaged in profound dialogues with halfling wise folk whose spirituality emphasized community, growth, and the celebration of life's simple pleasures. These intellectual exchanges produced insights that none of the traditions could have achieved in isolation. The elven concept of the eternal cycle was enriched by human understanding of linear progression and development. Human scientific methodology was enhanced by elven awareness of the subtle interconnections that linked all phenomena. Dwarven appreciation for the divine presence in material creation was expanded by halfling recognition of the sacred in everyday experience. The result was a new synthesis of knowledge that offered unprecedented understanding of both the cosmos and the individual's place within it. The educational institutions that developed in Drannor reflected this philosophical fusion, creating schools where students of all races could learn not only the specific knowledge and skills of their own traditions, but also the wisdom that emerged from the intersection of different ways of understanding the world. Young elves learned to temper their natural patience with human urgency, discovering that some goals required immediate action rather than eternal contemplation. Human students developed the long-term perspective that came naturally to immortal elves, learning to see their brief lives as part of patterns that extended across centuries and millennia. Dwarven apprentices gained appreciation for the organic approaches to craft and creation that elves had perfected over ages of harmony with nature. Halfling children discovered that their natural empathy and community focus could serve as the foundation for magical and intellectual achievements that rivaled the greatest accomplishments of their longer-lived neighbors. The success of these educational experiments produced a generation of young people whose perspectives transcended the traditional limitations of racial identity. They thought of themselves not primarily as elves or humans or dwarves or halflings, but as citizens of Drannor, participants in a grand experiment that offered hope for the future of all free peoples. Their loyalty was not to the narrow interests of their birth race, but to the broader vision of unity and cooperation that the city embodied. This generational shift represented perhaps the most significant achievement of Coronal Eltergrim's great experiment, proof that the barriers between races were not inherent and immutable, but merely the product of historical circumstances that could be overcome through patient effort and mutual goodwill. Yet even in the midst of this unprecedented flowering of cooperation and achievement, careful observers could detect the first subtle signs of the challenges that would eventually test the city's foundations. The very success of Drannor created problems that its founders had not fully anticipated. As word of the city's wonders spread across Faerun, it attracted not only those who genuinely sought to participate in the grand experiment, but also those who saw opportunity for personal gain, or who brought with them the very prejudices and conflicts that the city sought to transcend. Some human immigrants arrived with the aggressive ambition of their kind, seeking to impose their own cultural values on an environment that required subtle accommodation and mutual respect. A few dwarven clans, despite their official support for the project, harbored deep resentments about sharing their ancient craft secrets with outsiders. Even among the generally adaptable halflings, there were those who found the city's grandeur overwhelming and who longed for the simpler pleasures of rural life. Most troubling of all, some elves who had embraced the project intellectually found the day-to-day reality of cultural compromise more difficult than they had anticipated, leading to a growing undercurrent of resentment among those who felt their ancient heritage was being diluted by foreign influence. The city's governing structures, designed to accommodate the different political traditions of multiple races, sometimes struggled to maintain effectiveness in the face of increasingly complex challenges. Elven preferences for consensus-based decision-making conflicted with human desires for efficient executive action. Dwarven emphasis on traditional precedent clashed with halfling flexibility and adaptability. While these tensions were usually resolved through patient negotiation and compromise, the process was becoming increasingly time-consuming and contentious as the city's population grew and its challenges became more complex. More ominously, the refugees and immigrants streaming into Drannor included some whose motives were far from pure. Agents of the growing darkness beyond the forest's borders had begun to infiltrate the city, posing as legitimate settlers while working to undermine the unity that was the source of Drannor's strength. These corrupted individuals, drawn from every race and motivated by promises of power or revenge, began to sow seeds of discord wherever they could find fertile ground. Their work was subtle and patient, designed not to create immediate crisis, but to gradually erode the trust and cooperation that held the city together. The Mythal itself, for all its unprecedented power and sophistication, proved vulnerable to forms of attack that its creators had not fully anticipated. While it could defend against direct magical assault and provide protection from external threats, it was less effective against the slow poison of internal corruption. The very complexity that allowed it to accommodate different magical traditions also created potential weaknesses that could be exploited by those who understood its intricate structure. Reports began to reach the city's leadership of strange magical phenomena in outlying areas, incidents that suggested the Mythal's protective field was being tested and probed by hostile forces. Despite these growing concerns, the golden age of Drannor continued to flourish throughout the early centuries of the city's existence. The achievements of its artists, scholars, and craftsmen continued to set new standards for excellence that inspired emulation throughout the civilized world. The city's influence extended far beyond its physical borders, as graduates of its schools and academies carried its ideals and innovations to every corner of Faerun. Trade networks centered on Drannor created prosperity and cultural exchange that benefited entire regions, while the city's reputation for justice and tolerance made it a beacon of hope for oppressed peoples everywhere. The military might that protected this flowering civilization was itself a testament to the power of cooperation. The city's defenders, drawn from the warrior traditions of every race, combined their strengths in ways that multiplied their effectiveness far beyond what any single tradition could achieve. Elven archers, with their supernatural accuracy and patience, provided covering fire for human cavalry charges that were supported by dwarven infantry formations of legendary durability. Halfling scouts and rangers used their natural stealth and knowledge of the forest to provide intelligence that allowed the combined forces to anticipate and counter threats before they could fully develop. The weapons and equipment used by these defenders represented the pinnacle of collaborative craftsmanship. Elven bladesmiths worked with dwarven metallurgists to create weapons that combined otherworldly sharpness with practical durability. Human engineers collaborated with elven enchanters to design siege engines that could serve as defensive platforms for magical attacks. Halfling insights into natural camouflage and concealment techniques were enhanced through magical methods that made the city's outer defenses nearly invisible to potential attackers. Yet for all its military strength, Drannor's greatest defense remained the unity and cooperation of its people. The bonds forged between individuals of different races, the friendships that transcended traditional barriers, the love stories that created new forms of kinship. These human connections proved more powerful than any magical ward or physical fortification. They created a resilience that could absorb tremendous stress without breaking, a flexibility that could adapt to new challenges without losing essential character, a strength that drew its power not from rigid structure, but from the willing commitment of free individuals to shared ideals. As the Golden Age reached its zenith, Drannor stood as proof that the noble vision of its founders was not merely possible but magnificently real. The city had become everything that Coronal Eltergrim had dreamed, and more, a living demonstration that cooperation could triumph over conflict, that unity could emerge from diversity, that the whole could indeed become greater than the sum of its parts. For those who dwelt within its crystal spires and singing gardens, it seemed that the age of petty warfare and racial hatred was finally drawing to a close, that a new era of peace and prosperity had begun that would endure for all the ages to come. But even as the citizens of Drannor celebrated their achievements and looked forward to an ever brighter future, the forces of darkness continued their patient work beyond the city's borders. The army of darkness was gathering strength, drawing its ranks from the corrupted and dispossessed of every race, united in their hatred for everything the city represented. Ancient evils were stirring in forgotten places, their malevolent attention drawn by the unprecedented concentration of light and hope that Drannor had become. The test was coming, the ultimate trial that would determine whether the bonds forged in prosperity could endure the crucible of existential threat, whether the unity achieved in times of plenty could survive the pressure of absolute adversity. The Golden Age was nearing its end, though few yet recognized the signs. In the depths of the forest, shadows were beginning to gather that would soon test every achievement, every alliance, every dream that the great city had nurtured. The question that would define the next chapter of Drannor's story was not whether its people could create something beautiful and good, for they had already proven that beyond any doubt, The question was whether they could defend it when the darkness finally came to claim what light and hope had built. Chapter 4. The Mythal's Weaving. Magic, in its purest form, is the art of imposing will upon reality, of bending the fundamental forces of creation to serve conscious purpose, yet it is also a force that shapes those who wield it as surely as they shape it in return. No magical working in the history of Faerun would demonstrate this truth more profoundly than the creation of Drannор's great Mythal, a feat of arcane engineering so ambitious that it redefined the very nature of what collective spellcasting could achieve. What began as an attempt to create the ultimate protection for the city would evolve into something far more complex and consequential, a living network of magical force that would transform not only the physical environment of Drannor, but the spiritual essence of all who dwelt within its embrace. The concept of the Mythal was ancient, even by Elven standards, dating back to the earliest days when the Telquesir first learned to weave magic into permanent forms that could endure beyond the lifespan of their creators. Traditional Mythals were works of high magic, requiring the combined effort of multiple archmages working in perfect harmony to create zones of altered reality, where the normal laws of nature bent to accommodate Elven needs and desires. The Mythals of Ivresca, Evermeet, and the lost city of Mithrin had each taken decades to plan and years to implement, their creation marking the pinnacle of Elven magical achievement in their respective eras. But the Mythal envisioned for Drannor would surpass all previous attempts in both scope and complexity. Where earlier Mythals had been designed to serve the needs of purely Elven communities, this new working would need to accommodate the magical traditions, spiritual beliefs, and fundamental natures of multiple races simultaneously. The challenge was not merely one of scale but of fundamental principle, for the different races approached magic in ways that were often mutually contradictory. Elven magic flowed from intuitive understanding and harmony with natural forces. Human spellcasting emphasized scholarly precision and methodical control. Dwarven magical traditions focused on permanence and material enhancement. Halfling magic, such as it was, drew its power from community bonds and emotional resonance. The task of harmonizing these disparate approaches fell to the Circle of High Mages, an unprecedented assembly of arcane practitioners drawn from all the races that had embraced Drannор's vision. Led by Archmage Raumark, an ancient elf whose understanding of high magic was matched only by his ability to see beyond the limited. Woodians of traditional thinking, the circle included human wizards, whose theoretical innovations had revolutionized spell construction, dwarven runesmiths whose craft magic could imbue permanent enchantments in stone and metal, and even a few halfling wise folk, whose intuitive understanding of natural harmonies provided insights that purely academic approaches had missed. The initial planning phase alone consumed 7 years, as the Circle worked to develop theoretical frameworks that could support such an ambitious undertaking. Traditional Elven approaches to mythal construction relied on the principle of sympathetic resonance, creating magical patterns that echoed and amplified the natural rhythms of life and growth. But the human members of the Circle brought different perspectives, viewing magic as a tool to be precisely controlled and directed rather than a force to be harmonized with. Dwarven participants insisted that any working of such magnitude needed to be anchored in permanent physical structures that could provide stability across centuries of use. The Halflings, meanwhile, argued that the Mythal's true power would come not from arcane complexity, but from its ability to strengthen the emotional and spiritual bonds that held the community together. The breakthrough that allowed these different approaches to be synthesized came from an unexpected source. Lirelai Starweaver, a young half-elf whose mixed heritage had given her insights into both Elven and human magical traditions, proposed a radical reconceptualization of the entire project. Rather than attempting to create a single unified magical effect that somehow accommodated different traditions, she suggested designing the Mythal as a layered network of interwoven enchantments, each layer optimized for a different magical approach, while being harmonically linked to all the others. The theoretical elegance of this solution was matched by the staggering complexity of its implementation. The Mythal would require not one but dozens of major magical workings, each carefully calibrated to resonate with specific aspects of the overall design. The base layer would be a traditional Elven Mythal, providing the fundamental framework of protection and enhancement that had proven effective in previous cities. Above this would be laid a network of human-designed precision enchantments, offering specific protections against identified threats and providing controlled enhancements to magical research and education. Dwarven runic patterns would be carved into the very stones of the city's foundations, creating permanent anchor points that would stabilize the entire structure against the inevitable attempts at magical disruption. Finally, a web of halfling-influenced harmony spells would bind everything together, ensuring that the different layers reinforced rather than interfered with each other. The physical preparations for the Mythal's creation required the transformation of Drannor itself into a vast magical laboratory. Ancient trees throughout the city were carefully modified to serve as living conduits for magical energy. Their root systems extended and enhanced to create a network of natural ley lines that could channel power throughout the entire urban area. Crystal formations were grown in precisely calculated locations, their molecular structure aligned to focus and amplify specific types of magical force. The city's architecture was subtly altered to incorporate geometric patterns that would support the flow of arcane energies, with buildings positioned and oriented according to mathematical principles that most inhabitants never consciously noticed, but which created an environment naturally conducive to magical work. The most challenging aspect of the physical preparation involved the creation of the Mythalar, the central focusing artifact that would serve as the Mythal's primary control mechanism. Traditional Mythalars were single crystals of incredible size and purity, grown over decades through the most advanced applications of Elven crystal singing techniques. But the complexity of Drannor's Mythal required something far more sophisticated, a composite artifact that incorporated elements from every magical tradition represented in the city. The core of the Mythalar was indeed a traditional Elven crystal, but one enhanced beyond anything previously attempted. Human theoretical insights allowed the crystal's internal structure to be modified to support multiple resonance frequencies simultaneously. Dwarven craftsmanship contributed runic inscriptions that were not merely carved into the crystal's surface, but somehow embedded within its molecular matrix, creating permanent pathways for magical force that could not be disrupted by external interference. Halfling contributions were more subtle but no less important, involving the integration of living plant matter into the crystal structure, creating a hybrid artifact that combined the permanence of mineral matter with the adaptive flexibility of organic growth. The actual creation of the Mythalar took place in the deepest vaults beneath the city, in chambers carved from the living rock and warded with every protection the circle could devise. The process required the continuous effort of over 100 spellcasters working in carefully orchestrated shifts, their combined will focused on the incredibly delicate task of fusing disparate materials into a unified whole without destroying the unique properties that made each component valuable. The slightest error in timing or intention could have resulted in a catastrophic explosion that would have devastated not only the work chambers but potentially the entire city above. When the Mythalar was finally completed, after 18 months of continuous effort, it resembled nothing so much as a frozen star. Its crystalline structure, shot through with veins of living silver and gold that pulsed with inner light, standing nearly 20 feet in height, and perfectly faceted according to geometric principles that hurt the mind to contemplate directly. It radiated an aura of power that made even the most experienced mages feel like apprentices in the presence of cosmic forces beyond their comprehension. The installation of the Mythalar in its final position marked the beginning of the Mythal's activation sequence, a process that would unfold over the course of an entire year, as the various layers of enchantment were brought online in carefully planned stages. The first phase involved the activation of the base Elven protections, magical effects that were familiar and well understood even if implemented on an unprecedented scale. These fundamental enchantments established Drannor as a zone of enhanced magical flow, where spellcasting became easier and more reliable while hostile magic found its effects diminished or deflected entirely. The second phase introduced the human-designed precision layers, adding specific protections against identified threats, and creating controlled enhancement effects that could be activated or modified as circumstances required. These enchantments represented the cutting edge of human magical theory, incorporating feedback mechanisms and adaptive algorithms that allowed the Mythal to respond intelligently to changing conditions rather than simply maintaining fixed effects. The third phase activated the Dwarven stability anchors, runic patterns that had been integrated into the city's foundations and major structures. These enchantments served multiple purposes, providing physical reinforcement that made the city's buildings virtually indestructible, while also creating magical anchor points that stabilized the entire Mythal against attempts at dispelling or disruption. The activation of this layer was accompanied by subtle changes in the city's appearance, as stone and metal surfaces began to exhibit the characteristic shimmering that marked the presence of permanent dwarven enchantments. The final phase was the most delicate, involving the activation of the halfling-influenced harmony network that would bind all the previous layers into a unified whole. This web of subtle enchantments was designed to monitor the emotional and spiritual well-being of the city's inhabitants, automatically adjusting the Mythal's effects to promote cooperation, understanding, and mutual support among the diverse population. The activation of this layer marked the true completion of the Mythal, transforming it from a collection of powerful but separate effects into a living system that could grow and adapt to serve the city's evolving needs. The immediate effects of the completed Mythal were beyond anything its creators had dared to hope. Magic within the city became not just easier but more elegant, with spells achieving effects that required greater effort and skill in other locations. The enhanced magical flow had unexpected consequences for non-spellcasters as well, with craftsmen finding their skills elevated to artistic heights and scholars discovering their minds sharpened to perceive connections and patterns that had previously eluded them. Even children born within the Mythal's influence displayed enhanced abilities, their natural talents amplified by exposure to the carefully modulated magical fields. The protective aspects of the Mythal proved equally impressive. Attempts to scry upon the city from outside were automatically deflected, while hostile magic found its effects diminished or turned back upon its casters. The physical protections were just as formidable, with the city's enhanced defenses making it virtually impregnable to conventional assault. More subtly, the Mythal's influence extended to disease and natural disaster, creating an environment where plague could not take hold, and where the forces of nature seemed to conspire to protect rather than threaten the city's inhabitants. Yet perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the Mythal was its ability to enhance the cooperation and understanding that formed the foundation of Drannор's unique character. The Harmony Network worked so subtly that its inhabitants were rarely conscious of its influence, but its effects were unmistakable in the gradual reduction of conflicts between different racial groups, the increased willingness to compromise and collaborate, and the general atmosphere of goodwill that pervaded even the most mundane interactions. Visiting dignitaries often commented on the unusual civility and mutual respect that characterized daily life in the city, attributing it to the enlightened policies of the government without realizing the magical enhancement that made such policies effective. However, the Mythal's very success created challenges that its designers had not fully anticipated. The enhanced magical environment attracted attention from across Faerun and beyond, drawing not only legitimate scholars and practitioners, but also those with darker intentions. Agents of hostile powers found the city's magical aura irresistible, leading to increased attempts at infiltration and sabotage. More troubling still, the Mythal's influence on the minds and emotions of its inhabitants, while generally beneficial, raised philosophical questions about free will and authentic choice that some found deeply disturbing. The most serious unintended consequence became apparent only gradually, as the circle of high mages began to notice subtle changes in the magical environment beyond the city's borders. The Mythal's incredible power drew magical energy from across the entire region, creating areas of diminished magical flow in outlying communities. While these effects were not immediately dangerous, They represented a form of magical imperialism that troubled many of the Mythal's creators, who had never intended their great work to come at the expense of others. More ominously, the Mythal's very existence began to attract the attention of forces that had previously ignored the mortal realm. Entities from the outer planes, drawn by the unprecedented concentration of magical energy, began to take notice of Drannor in ways that would have consequences far beyond anything the city's defenders could imagine. The Mythal, designed as the ultimate protection, had inadvertently created a beacon that would eventually guide the city's greatest enemies directly to its heart. Reports began to reach the circle of strange phenomena occurring at the edges of the Mythal's influence, areas where the magical fields created by their great work intersected with natural magical flows in unpredictable ways. Some of these effects were benign or even beneficial, creating areas of enhanced natural growth or unusual beauty. Others were more troubling, involving distortions in time and space that suggested the Mythal's power was affecting the fundamental structure of reality in ways that no one fully understood. The most disturbing reports came from the borders of the forest itself, where rangers and scouts reported encounters with creatures that seemed to exist partially outside normal reality, beings that appeared to be drawn to the Mythal's energy, but were somehow changed by their exposure to it. These entities showed signs of corruption or mutation that suggested contact with forces inimical to life itself, raising fears that the Mythal might be serving as a conduit for influences far more dangerous than any conventional enemy. As the years passed, and these concerning phenomena continued to multiply, some members of the Circle began to question whether their great achievement might ultimately prove to be the city's undoing. The Mythal had succeeded beyond their wildest dreams in protecting and enhancing Drannor, but it had also fundamentally altered the magical landscape of the entire region in ways that might have consequences extending far into the future. The question that haunted the most thoughtful among them was whether the power they had unleashed could be controlled indefinitely, or whether they had set in motion forces that would eventually transcend their ability to manage or contain. Yet for all these concerns, the Mythal remained a wonder without equal, a testament to what could be achieved when different traditions worked together toward a common goal. Its crystalline heart pulsed with steady rhythm in the depths beneath the city, channeling energies that maintained an environment where the dreams of cooperation and unity could flourish as nowhere else in the world. The magical fields it generated continued to enhance every aspect of life in Drannor, creating conditions where art, scholarship, and spiritual growth could reach heights that seemed almost divine in their perfection. The Mythal stood as both the city's greatest achievement and its most profound vulnerability, the source of its unprecedented power and the potential catalyst for its ultimate destruction. In the years to come, as darker forces gathered beyond the forest's borders and corruption began to seep into the very heart of the city itself, the question would not be whether the Mythal was powerful enough to protect Drannor, but whether the city was strong enough to control the forces that its greatest magical achievement had unleashed upon the world. The weaving was complete, the pattern set, the energies bound into forms that would endure for centuries. But magic, like all power, carries with it the seeds of its own transformation, and the greatest magical working in history would prove to be both salvation and doom for the city it was created to protect. The Mythal lived, breathed, and grew in strength with each passing day, but so too did the forces that would one day turn its very power against everything it had been designed to preserve. Chapter 5. Seeds of Discord. Trust is the invisible foundation upon which all great societies are built, yet it is also the most fragile of all human constructions, susceptible to erosion by forces so subtle that their work goes unnoticed, until the damage becomes irreparable. In the halls of Drannor, where unity had become the greatest source of strength, the slow poison of discord began to seep through cracks that most inhabitants never suspected existed. What had seemed like the eternal triumph of cooperation over conflict would prove to be merely the calm before a storm of such magnitude that it would shake the very foundations of the world itself. The first signs of trouble were so minor that they passed almost unnoticed, dismissed as the inevitable friction that occurs when diverse groups attempt to live together in close proximity. A heated argument between Elven traditionalists and human innovators over the proper methods for cataloging magical knowledge in the Great Library. A dispute between Dwarven craftsmen and Halfling merchants regarding fair pricing for collaborative works of art. Disagreements between younger and older members of various races about the pace of cultural change and adaptation. Such conflicts had occurred throughout Drannор's history, and had always been resolved through the patient application of goodwill and compromise. There seemed no reason to believe that these latest incidents represented anything more than the normal growing pains of a maturing society. Yet, beneath these surface disagreements, deeper currents of discontent were beginning to flow with increasing strength. Among certain factions within each racial community, voices were being raised in private gatherings, questioning whether the great experiment in unity had gone too far, whether too much had been sacrificed in the name of cooperation, whether the time had come to reassert the distinct identity and interests of each people. These whispered conversations took place in chambers warded against magical eavesdropping, in gardens where the Mythal's harmony effects were carefully neutralized, in meeting places chosen specifically to avoid the notice of those who might carry word to the city's leadership. The Elven faction that would come to be known as the Purists found its leadership in Lord Flar Starbrow Melruth, a noble of ancient lineage whose family had ruled portions of Cormanthor since before the rise of human civilization. Melruth had initially supported Coronal Eltergrim's vision, but centuries of watching Elven culture adapt and change to accommodate foreign influences had gradually transformed his enthusiasm into barely concealed resentment. In the shadowed halls of his ancestral estate, he gathered around him elves who shared his growing conviction that the price of unity had become too high, that Elven purity and tradition were being diluted beyond recognition. "We have become strangers in our own city," Melruth declared to his assembled followers, his words carrying the weight of carefully nurtured grievance. "Our children speak human tongues as easily as the language of their ancestors. Our artists create works that bear no resemblance to the eternal forms that have defined Elven aesthetics for millennia. Our scholars pursue knowledge that serves practical human needs rather than the deeper mysteries that have always been our domain. In our eagerness to embrace others, we have forgotten who we are meant to be." The human faction that emerged in opposition to continued integration took a different but equally dangerous form. Led by Councillor Gardain of House Emphalis, a family that had grown wealthy through trade connections established during the early years of Drannор's development, these humans argued that their people's rapid adaptation and innovation were being stifled by the conservative influence of longer-lived races. They pointed to technological and magical advances that had been delayed or modified to accommodate Elven sensibilities, to business opportunities that had been passed over in favor of projects that emphasized artistic beauty over practical profit, to leadership positions that remained dominated by immortal elves who could afford to think in terms of centuries, while human lives passed in mere decades. "We bring energy and innovation to this city," Gardain proclaimed in carefully orchestrated gatherings, "yet we are expected to temper our ambitions to match the glacial pace of Elven decision-making. Our brief lives burn with the fire of accomplishment, but that fire is smothered by traditions that were ancient when our grandfathers' grandfathers were born. How can we achieve our full potential when every bold idea must be filtered through committees, dominated by those who measure progress in centuries rather than years?" Even among the dwarves and halflings, traditionally the most adaptable of the city's major populations, factions began to emerge that questioned the wisdom of unlimited cooperation. Some dwarven clans, led by Thane Borin Ironforge, argued that their people's craft secrets were being too freely shared, that the competitive advantage that had sustained dwarven prosperity for millennia was being sacrificed for nebulous ideals of unity. Certain halfling families, influenced by merchants like Drago P. Foot, began to suggest that their people's natural wanderlust and independence were being constrained by the social expectations of urban life and political cooperation. These growing tensions might have remained manageable resolved through the same patient negotiation and compromise that had handled previous conflicts, if not for the subtle influence of external forces that had begun to work within the city's borders. The army of darkness, gathering strength in the wild places beyond civilization's reach, had not been idle during Drannор's golden age. Their agents, carefully selected and expertly trained, had been infiltrating the city for decades, posing as legitimate immigrants, while working to identify and exploit every potential source of division within the population. The corruption they brought was not the obvious evil of demons or undead, but something far more insidious: the patient amplification of existing grievances, the careful nurturing of resentments that might otherwise have faded, the subtle suggestion that compromise was weakness, and that true strength could only come from the assertion of factional interests over common good. These agents worked not through magical compulsion, but through the far more powerful tools of persuasion and manipulation, identifying individuals whose natural inclinations aligned with their purposes, and providing them with the resources and encouragement needed to spread discord throughout their communities. Lord Melruth, already predisposed to Elven supremacist views, found himself receiving visits from mysterious advisors who claimed to represent ancient Elven houses from distant realms. These visitors brought with them scrolls and artifacts that seemed to validate his concerns about cultural dilution, along with subtle suggestions about how Elven interests might be better protected through more assertive action. The gold they provided to fund his political activities seemed to come from legitimate sources, and their advice regarding the manipulation of public opinion proved remarkably effective in gathering support for his cause. Councillor Gardain received similar attention from a different set of mysterious benefactors, humans who claimed to represent trading interests from distant kingdoms, where human achievement had not been constrained by the need to accommodate other races. They provided him with detailed examples of technological and magical innovations that had been developed in purely human societies, along with careful analyses of how Drannор's multicultural approach was holding back human potential. The resources they offered for advancing human interests within the city seemed reasonable and legitimate, their methods sophisticated but apparently benign. The agents of corruption proved equally adept at exploiting the specific vulnerabilities of Dwarven and Halfling communities. Dwarven pride in craft and tradition was carefully manipulated through the introduction of outsiders who claimed to have witnessed the superior achievements of purely Dwarven societies. Halfling desires for freedom and independence were subtly encouraged through stories of Halfling communities that had achieved greater prosperity and happiness by avoiding the constraints of urban cooperation. In each case, the message was carefully tailored to resonate with existing cultural values while gradually shifting them toward divisive extremes. The most insidious aspect of this corruption campaign was its deliberate targeting of the city's younger generation, those who had grown up within Drannор's multicultural environment, and who represented the greatest hope for the future of the Great Experiment. Young elves who had never known the isolation of traditional Elven society were introduced to romanticized accounts of the glory days when their people stood apart from and above the other races. Human youths who had benefited from Elven wisdom and Dwarven craftsmanship were gradually convinced that their own people's achievements were being diminished by association with slower, more conservative cultures. Perhaps most tragically, the children of mixed heritage, those whose very existence represented the ultimate success of Drannор's vision of unity, found themselves caught between increasingly polarized communities, their dual identities becoming sources of conflict rather than bridges of understanding. Half-Elven children discovered that their human heritage made them suspect to Elven purists, while their Elven blood marked them as different to human supremacists. Those rare individuals of even more complex heritage found themselves belonging fully to no community, their mixed nature seen as evidence of the contamination that extremists claimed was destroying the integrity of all races. The effectiveness of these corruption efforts was magnified by their careful coordination with external events that provided apparent validation for extremist arguments. Reports began to reach Drannor of conflicts in distant lands, where multicultural cooperation had failed catastrophically, where attempts at unity had led to civil war and destruction. Stories circulated of elven settlements that had been betrayed by human allies, of dwarven holds that had fallen because they trusted outsiders, of halfling communities that had been destroyed by the very people they had welcomed as friends. These accounts, many of them deliberately fabricated or distorted by the agents of darkness, provided seemingly objective evidence that the path Drannor had chosen was ultimately doomed to failure. The Mythal itself, that greatest achievement of cooperative magic, became a source of growing controversy, as different factions began to interpret its effects in increasingly paranoid ways. Elven purists argued that the Harmony Network was suppressing their people's natural superiority, forcing them to accept compromise when they should be asserting leadership. Human supremacists claimed that the Mythal's Elven-designed base layer gave unfair advantages to Elven magic users while constraining human innovation. Dwarven traditionalists suggested that the magical enhancements were making their people dependent on outside assistance rather than relying on their own strength and skill. Even some halflings began to worry that the Mythal's influence on emotions and behavior was somehow constraining their natural freedom and spontaneity. These concerns about the Mythal's effects were skillfully exploited by the agents of corruption, who suggested that the magical network represented a form of subtle mind control designed to maintain the existing power structure. They pointed to the undeniable fact that the Mythal did influence thoughts and emotions, arguing that such influence was inherently wrong regardless of its benevolent intentions. They raised questions about consent and free will that resonated with individuals who were already feeling constrained by the expectations of multicultural cooperation. Most insidiously, they suggested that the only way to preserve authentic racial identity was to somehow neutralize or modify the Mythal's harmony effects. The city's leadership, still dominated by those who had lived through the early years of the Great Experiment and remembered the benefits that cooperation had brought, initially dismissed these growing tensions as temporary aberrations that would resolve themselves through patient dialogue and education. Coronal, now ancient even by Elven standards, retained his faith in the fundamental goodness of the vision he had brought to life. He continued to believe that reason and goodwill would ultimately triumph over the forces of division, that the bonds forged through centuries of successful cooperation were stronger than any temporary strain that external agitators might create. This confidence in the ultimate strength of unity would prove to be both noble and tragically naive. The corruption that had taken root in Drannor was not merely a collection of ordinary political disagreements that could be resolved through normal democratic processes. It was a carefully orchestrated campaign, designed specifically to exploit the vulnerabilities that were inherent in any diverse society, weaknesses that could only be addressed through vigilance and decisive action, that the city's leadership was temperamentally and philosophically unprepared to undertake. The first major public manifestation of these growing tensions occurred during the Festival of Unity, an annual celebration that had traditionally served as a symbol of Drannor's greatest achievement. For centuries, the festival had been a joyous occasion, where all races came together to celebrate their shared accomplishments and reaffirm their commitment to cooperation. But this year's festival became the stage for a series of incidents that shocked even those who had been monitoring the city's growing divisions. Elven purists organized counter-celebrations that emphasized traditional Elven culture, while pointedly excluding elements that had been adapted or modified through contact with other races. Human supremacists staged demonstrations calling for greater human representation in city leadership and more aggressive policies regarding technological development. Dwarven and halfling factions held their own separate gatherings, creating a fragmented celebration that stood in stark contrast to the unified festivals of previous years. The climax of the festival's disruption came when a group of mixed heritage youth, attempting to demonstrate that unity was still possible, organized an integrated cultural presentation that was violently disrupted by extremists from multiple factions. The sight of young people being attacked for the crime of embodying Drannor's founding ideals sent shockwaves throughout the city, forcing even the most optimistic citizens to confront the reality that something fundamental had changed in their society. In the aftermath of the festival violence, emergency sessions of the city council revealed the full extent to which extremist views had penetrated even the highest levels of government. Representatives who had previously been moderate voices of reason began to advocate for policies that would have been unthinkable just years before. Proposals were made for separate educational systems for different races, for restrictions on interracial marriage and adoption, for the modification of the Mythal to reduce its harmony effects and allow for greater assertion of racial distinctiveness. The debates that followed these proposals were unlike anything in Drannор's history, marked by personal attacks, threats of withdrawal from the city, and the open questioning of whether the great experiment in unity had become a failure that needed to be abandoned. For the first time since the city's founding, serious voices were raised, suggesting that perhaps the old ways of racial separation and independence had been correct, that the attempt to forge unity from diversity had been a well-intentioned mistake that was now causing more harm than good. As news of Drannор's internal conflicts spread beyond the city's borders, it had effects that reached far beyond the immediate participants in the growing political crisis. Other communities that had been inspired by the city's example began to question their own multicultural experiments. Enemies of cooperation and unity throughout Faerun saw opportunity in Drannор's troubles, beginning to plan attacks that would exploit the divisions that had opened within the city's defenses. Most ominously, the reports of discord that reached the gathering army of darkness were received with satisfaction and anticipation, for they represented the first confirmation that the great city's period of invulnerability was beginning to end. The seeds of discord had taken root in soil made fertile by centuries of success and complacency. What had begun as minor disagreements and legitimate concerns about cultural identity had been carefully cultivated into existential threats to everything that Drannor represented. The harmony that had been the city's greatest strength was being transformed into vulnerability. The diversity that had made it unique was becoming a source of division, and the trust that had held it together was cracking under pressures that few had seen coming, and fewer still understood how to address. Yet even as darkness gathered both within and beyond the city's borders, there remained those who refused to abandon the dream of unity that had inspired Drannор's creation. These individuals, drawn from every race and every level of society, began to organize their own response to the growing crisis, determined to preserve the vision of cooperation that had created one of the greatest civilizations in the history of the world. Their efforts would prove crucial in the trials to come, for while the seeds of discord had indeed taken root, the deeper foundations of unity had not yet been completely destroyed. The question that would define the next phase of Drannор's history was whether the forces of cooperation could overcome the carefully orchestrated campaign of division, whether the bonds forged in hope could withstand the pressures applied by those who profited from hatred and fear. The stage was set for a conflict that would test not only the strength of the city's defenses, but the very soul of its people, a struggle that would determine whether the greatest experiment in unity would survive to inspire future generations, or fall as a cautionary tale about the fragility of peace and the eternal hunger of those who feed on discord and destruction. Chapter 6. The Weeping War begins. War arrives not with trumpets and banners, but with silence, the terrible quiet that falls when hope dies, and the world holds its breath before the storm breaks. For Drannor, that silence came in the early hours of Flame Rule, in the year 711 Dale Reckoning, when the forest itself seemed to pause in its eternal dance of growth and renewal, as if nature sensed that something fundamental was about to be torn from the fabric of creation. The city that had stood as a beacon of unity and cooperation for over 4 centuries was about to face its ultimate test, not merely against external enemies, but against the very darkness that had been growing within its own heart. The first sign that something was terribly wrong came from the outer watchtowers, ancient elven structures that had stood sentinel over the forest paths for longer than most races had recorded history. The rangers who manned these posts were among the most skilled and experienced scouts in all of Faerun, veterans who could read the smallest changes in wind and shadow, who knew every bird call and beast track in their territory. when they began to report strange silences where the usual sounds of no wildlife should have been, when they spoke of shadows that moved against the direction of the sun, when they described a wrongness in the very air that set their nerves on edge. The city's leadership knew that the time of testing had finally arrived, but even the most pessimistic among them were unprepared for the scale and nature of the force that was gathering beyond the forest's borders. This was no conventional army of a single race or nation, no ordinary collection of soldiers and mercenaries seeking conquest or plunder. What emerged from the wild places beyond civilization was something far more terrible. A coalition of evil unlike anything the world had ever seen, united not by common culture or shared goals, but by their mutual hatred for everything that Drannor represented. The Army of Darkness, as it would come to be known in the chronicles of the war, was a perverse mirror of Drannor's own multicultural experiment. Where the city had brought together the best of each race in service of noble ideals, this host gathered the worst of every people under the banner of destruction and despair. Corrupted humans marched alongside savage orcs and goblinoids, fallen elves, their immortal souls twisted by centuries of exposure to evil influences, served as officers and strategists for the advancing host. Dorigar, the grey dwarves of the deep places, brought their mastery of underground warfare and their intimate knowledge of the tunnel systems that honeycombed the earth beneath Cormanthor. Even halflings walked among the enemy ranks, their natural joy and optimism perverted into cruel mockery and sadistic delight in suffering. Leading this nightmare coalition were beings of such malevolent power that their very presence warped reality around them. Ancient red dragons, their scales darkened by exposure to abyssal energies, served as the army's aerial cavalry and mobile artillery. Ballers and pit fiends, the greatest of demon-kind and devil-kind, had been summoned from their eternal war in the lower planes to lend their strength to the assault on the mortal realm. Liches, undead wizards whose pursuit of immortality had stripped away every trace of humanity, brought centuries of magical knowledge and bitter hatred for all living things. Most terrifying of all were the fallen Celestials, angels whose rebellion against the divine order had transformed them into beings of absolute corruption, their former beauty twisted into forms that broke the hearts of all who looked upon them. The strategy behind this impossible alliance had been decades in the making, orchestrated by minds that thought in terms of centuries and millennia, rather than mere years. The corruption campaign that had weakened Drannor from within was only the first phase of a plan designed to exploit every weakness in the city's defenses. The internal divisions that had been so carefully cultivated would make coordinated resistance difficult if not impossible. The questions that had been raised about the Mythal's effects would create hesitation at crucial moments. The growing distrust between racial communities would prevent the kind of seamless cooperation that had been the city's greatest strength. The Army of Darkness had also taken care to neutralize many of the external factors that might have aided Drannor's defense. Other Elven settlements throughout Cormanthor found themselves under attack by smaller but still formidable forces, preventing them from sending aid to the beleaguered city. Human kingdoms to the south and east discovered that their own borders were threatened by coordinated raids that demanded their full attention. Dwarven holds in the nearby mountains faced simultaneous assaults that trapped their warriors in desperate defensive battles. Even the halfling communities that might have served as sources of supplies and intelligence found themselves dealing with problems that prevented them from offering assistance. The siege began not with a dramatic frontal assault, but with a gradual tightening of the noose around Drannor's borders. The enemy's first objective was to cut the city off from the outside world, to prevent any possibility of reinforcement or resupply, while gradually wearing down the defenders' morale through constant pressure and the growing awareness of their isolation. Forest paths that had remained open for centuries were suddenly blocked by enemy patrols. River routes that had carried trade and communication were interdicted by demonic forces that could move through water as easily as air. Even magical means of communication found themselves disrupted by powerful enchantments that created zones of arcane interference throughout the region. Within the city, the initial response to these developments revealed the full extent to which internal divisions had weakened Drannор's ability to respond to external threats. The emergency council sessions that were called to coordinate the city's defense became exercises in recrimination and blame rather than strategic planning. Elven traditionalists argued that the crisis proved the folly of opening their borders to outsiders, claiming that a purely elven city would never have faced such threats. Human supremacists countered that elven leadership was too cautious and inflexible to deal with a crisis that demanded rapid, decisive action. Dwarven representatives insisted that the city's defenses should focus on preparing for siege warfare, while halfling voices called for diplomatic solutions that would avoid the horrors of open conflict. These debates might have continued indefinitely, consuming precious time while the enemy noose tightened, if not for the intervention of an unexpected coalition of younger leaders who represented everything that Drannор's founders had hoped to achieve. Led by Captain Falar Starbrow Melruth, son of the elven supremacist Lord Melruth, but holder of radically different views, this group included representatives of every major race and cultural tradition within the city. Their shared experiences growing up in Drannор's multicultural environment had created bonds that transcended the political divisions that paralyzed their elders, and their intimate knowledge of the city's strengths and weaknesses made them uniquely qualified to organize its defense. Captain Melruth himself embodied the complex loyalties and divided heritage that characterized so many of Drannор's children. Born into one of the most ancient and prestigious elven houses, he might have been expected to embrace his father's views about racial purity and elven superiority. Instead, his experiences serving in the city's integrated military forces had shown him the practical benefits of cooperation and the tactical advantages that came from combining different racial strengths. His closest allies included humans whose strategic thinking complemented elven intuition, dwarves whose engineering skills enhanced magical defenses, and halflings whose knowledge of the forest paths provided crucial intelligence about enemy movements. The plan that emerged from this younger leadership group was audacious in its scope and revolutionary in its implications. Rather than accepting the traditional defensive posture that would allow the enemy to dictate the terms of engagement, they proposed a strategy that would take advantage of Drannор's unique strengths, while forcing the attackers to fight on terrain and terms that favored the defenders. The Mythal, rather than being seen as a constraint on military effectiveness, would be utilized as the foundation for defensive tactics that no conventional army could counter. The city's diverse population, instead of being viewed as a source of weakness and division, would be organized into specialized units that maximized the combat advantages of each racial tradition. The implementation of this strategy required not only military coordination, but a fundamental healing of the social divisions that had been tearing the city apart. The younger leaders understood that victory would be impossible unless the population could be united behind a common cause, that the enemy's greatest weapon was not their military might, but the discord they had sown within Drannor itself. Their first priority was therefore not the construction of physical defenses, but the reconstruction of social unity, the restoration of trust and cooperation that had been eroded by years of careful manipulation. This effort began with a series of public assemblies unlike any in the city's history, gatherings where citizens were invited to speak openly about their fears and grievances, while also being reminded of their shared stake in the city's survival. The younger leaders did not attempt to minimize the real cultural tensions that existed within the population, but they reframed these differences as sources of strength rather than weakness, as advantages that made Drannor uniquely capable of responding to threats that would overwhelm more homogeneous societies. They spoke of the enemy at the gates, not as a validation of separatist arguments, but as proof of what happened when racial hatred was allowed to flourish unchecked. The response to these appeals was not immediate or universal, but it was sufficient to begin the process of reunification that would be essential for the city's survival. Many citizens who had been drawn toward extremist positions found themselves reconsidering their views when faced with the prospect of actual destruction. Parents who had worried about their children's cultural identity discovered that their primary concern was now their children's physical survival. Community leaders who had competed for influence and resources realized that none of their goals would matter if the city itself was destroyed. The military preparations that accompanied this social healing were unlike anything Drannor had ever attempted. Traditional Elven defensive strategies, based on the patient use of terrain advantages and magical enhancements, were combined with human innovations in rapid response and tactical flexibility. Dwarven expertise in fortification and siege warfare was integrated with halfling knowledge of unconventional tactics and guerrilla warfare. The result was a defensive system that operated on multiple levels simultaneously, capable of responding to threats ranging from massive frontal assaults to subtle infiltration attempts. The Mythal itself was modified and enhanced to serve military purposes that its original creators had never envisioned. The Harmony network that had been designed to promote cooperation and understanding was reconfigured to improve battlefield coordination and communication. The magical enhancement effects that had made everyday life more pleasant and productive were redirected to strengthen the physical and mental capabilities of defenders. Most remarkably, the protective barriers that had shielded the city from hostile magic were expanded and refined to create zones of tactical advantage that could be activated or deactivated according to the needs of specific combat situations. Yet even as these preparations proceeded with desperate urgency, the Army of Darkness continued to tighten its grip around the city. The outer settlements and farming communities that supported Drannor found themselves under direct attack, their populations forced to flee toward the city walls, while their homes and fields were put to the torch. The refugees who streamed through the gates brought with them not only tales of horror and destruction, but also urgent intelligence about the enemy's composition, tactics, and apparent objectives. These reports painted a picture of an army unlike any that had been seen in the mortal realm, a force that seemed to violate every conventional understanding of military logistics and organization. The enemy required no supply lines because their demonic and undead components did not need food or water. They showed no concern for casualties because many of their troops could be raised from the dead to fight again. Their magical capabilities were enhanced by the presence of beings from the outer planes whose power far exceeded anything that mortal spellcasters could achieve. Most disturbing of all, they appeared to possess detailed knowledge of Drannor's defenses and internal layout, suggesting that their infiltration efforts had been far more successful than anyone had realized. The first direct assault on the city's outer defenses came without warning in the pre-dawn hours of a day that would be remembered as the beginning of the Weeping War. The attack was preceded by a supernatural darkness that seemed to devour light itself, making it impossible for the defenders to gauge the size or position of the approaching enemy. When the darkness lifted with the rising sun, it revealed an army so vast that it stretched beyond the horizon, a host of evil that defied counting and challenged comprehension. The battle that followed was unlike any in recorded history, a clash between forces that represented fundamentally different approaches to warfare and existence itself. The defenders of Drannor fought with the desperate courage of those who knew they were protecting not only their own lives but everything they held dear: their families, their culture, their dreams of a better world. The attackers advanced with the implacable determination of those who sought not mere victory but the complete annihilation of everything their enemies represented. The magical enhancements provided by the Mythal allowed the defenders to achieve feats that would have been impossible under normal circumstances. Elven archers found their arrows guided by supernatural accuracy to strike targets at impossible ranges. Human cavalry charges gained momentum and power that shattered enemy formations like waves breaking against rocks. Dwarven infantry formations became immovable bulwarks that held their ground against assaults that should have overwhelmed them. Halfling scouts and rangers moved with stealth and speed that allowed them to strike at enemy commanders and withdraw before retaliation could be organized. Yet for every advantage the defenders possessed, the enemy seemed to have counters that neutralized their effectiveness. Demons and devils proved resistant or immune to many forms of magical attack. Undead creatures felt no fear, and could not be demoralized by tactical defeats. Dragons provided aerial superiority that could not be matched by any conventional force. The fallen celestials commanded powers that seemed to bend reality itself to their will, creating localized zones where the normal laws of physics and magic no longer applied. The first day of battle ended with neither side having achieved decisive victory, but the cost to the defenders was already becoming apparent. The outer ring of fortifications had been breached in several places despite heroic resistance. Casualties among the city's finest warriors were mounting at a rate that could not be sustained indefinitely. Most troubling of all, the enemy's assault had revealed weaknesses in the defensive plan that would need to be addressed if the city was to survive the continued siege. As night fell over the battlefield, bringing with it the temporary cessation of active combat, the surviving defenders gathered to assess their situation and plan their response to the renewed attacks that would surely come with the dawn. The younger leaders who had organized the resistance found themselves forced to confront the possibility that their efforts might not be sufficient, that the enemy they faced might simply be too powerful and numerous to defeat through conventional means. Yet even in the face of such overwhelming odds, the spirit of cooperation and determination that had built Drannor continued to manifest itself in countless acts of heroism and sacrifice. Wounded elves found themselves tended by human healers who risked their own lives to retrieve the injured from the battlefield. Dwarven engineers worked through the night alongside halfling craftsmen to repair damaged fortifications and create new defensive positions. Mages of every race combined their knowledge and power to develop new spells and tactics that might tip the balance in the battles to come. The Weeping War had begun, and with it came the ultimate test of everything that Drannor represented. The question that would define the days and years to come was not whether the city could survive the siege. It was already clear that the enemy possessed advantages that made total victory unlikely, but whether the ideals and achievements that had made Drannor great could endure even in defeat, whether the example of unity and cooperation could inspire others even if the city itself fell to the forces of darkness. The battle for the soul of Drannor was joined, and the outcome would determine not only the fate of one remarkable city, but the future of all who dared to dream of a world where differences were celebrated rather than feared, where cooperation triumphed over conflict, and where the light of hope could shine even in the darkest of times. The weeping had begun, and it would continue until either the city was saved, or its tears became the final epitaph for one of the greatest experiments in unity that the world had ever known. Chapter 7. Heroes and Martyrs. In the crucible of war, ordinary souls are either broken or transformed into something greater than themselves. Their choices in moments of ultimate testing, revealing whether they possess the divine spark that separates heroes from mere mortals. The siege of Drannor would produce heroes of such extraordinary courage and sacrifice that their names would be remembered long after the city's crystal spires had fallen to ruin, their deeds becoming the stuff of legend that would inspire countless generations to believe that light could triumph over darkness, that hope could endure, even in the face of impossible odds. Among all the tales of heroism that emerged from those terrible days, none would resonate more powerfully than the saga of the Knights of Drannor, an adventuring company that embodied everything the city represented in their unwavering dedication to the ideals of cooperation, justice, and sacrifice for the greater good. Led by Florin Falconhand, a human ranger whose love for the forest and its people transcended the boundaries of race and culture, the knights had spent years defending the innocent and fighting evil throughout the length and breadth of Faerun. Their return to Drannor in its hour of greatest need was not mere coincidence, but the inevitable convergence of destiny and character that marks the actions of true heroes. Florin himself had grown to manhood in the forests surrounding Drannor, his ranger training beginning under the tutelage of Elven masters, who recognized in the young human a spirit that resonated with the deepest harmonies of the natural world. His understanding of woodland warfare was matched only by his tactical genius and his ability to inspire others to achieve feats beyond their normal capabilities. Yet it was not his skills as a warrior that made him legendary, but his unwavering commitment to protecting those who could not protect themselves, his refusal to abandon hope even when hope seemed most foolish. Fighting alongside Florin was Dove Falconhand, one of the legendary Seven Sisters, and a chosen of Mystra herself, whose mastery of magic was balanced by a warrior's courage and a protector's heart. Her silver hair gleamed like starlight even in the darkest moments of battle, and her presence on the battlefield served as a beacon of hope that reminded the defenders that the gods themselves had not abandoned their cause. When she wielded Mystra's fire against the forces of darkness, the very air seemed to sing with divine power, and demons that had terrorized entire armies found themselves driven back by magic that burned with the purity of creation itself. The company's heart and soul was Merith Strongbow, an elven warrior mage whose centuries of experience were matched by a youthful enthusiasm for justice that never dimmed regardless of the horrors he witnessed. His bow sang death to the enemies of light, each arrow guided not merely by skill but by an almost supernatural understanding of fate and destiny. Yet it was his role as the company's conscience that made him irreplaceable, his ability to find hope and meaning in the darkest moments that kept his companions fighting when lesser souls would have despaired. Jesiel Silvertree brought to the company the wisdom of ages combined with the innovative spirit of human magical research, her unique perspective as a half-elf, allowing her to bridge the gap between different magical traditions in ways that produced spells of unprecedented power and effectiveness. Her protective magic saved countless lives during the siege, while her offensive capabilities proved devastating to enemies who had never encountered spellcasting that combined elven intuition with human precision. Torm the True, a human paladin whose dedication to justice burned like a sacred flame that could not be extinguished, served as the company's moral anchor and tactical cornerstone. His faith in the ultimate triumph of good over evil never wavered, even when faced with evidence that seemed to contradict everything he believed. His very presence strengthened the resolve of all who fought beside him, while his hammer strikes fell upon the forces of darkness with the weight of divine judgment itself. Wraithen Thentraver, a cleric of Timora whose cheerful demeanor masked the soul of a warrior priest, brought healing and hope to the wounded, while fighting with a fury that surprised those who knew only his jovial public face. His connection to his goddess allowed him to perform miracles of healing that saved lives that should have been lost, while his understanding of luck and chance helped the company achieve victories that should have been impossible. Narm Tamarath, the youngest member of the company, possessed magical potential that exceeded his experience, making him both a powerful asset and a vulnerable point that required protection. His raw talent, when properly channeled by his more experienced companions, could achieve effects that amazed even veteran spellcasters, but his youth and impetuosity sometimes led him into dangers that his friends had to extract him from at considerable cost. Together, the Knights of Drannor represent everything that the city stood for: cooperation between races, the combination of different skills and perspectives to achieve common goals, the willingness to sacrifice personal safety for the protection of others, and above all, the unshakable belief that good could triumph over evil if people of goodwill were prepared to pay the necessary price. Their presence in the city during its darkest hour was seen by many as a sign that the gods had not abandoned their cause, that heroes still walked the world when heroes were most needed. The Knights' first major engagement during the siege came when a force of demons and fallen celestials attempted to breach the eastern wall through a combination of brute force and magical corruption. The enemy's strategy was sophisticated, using illusion and mind control magic to turn some of the defenders against their comrades, while simultaneously launching a physical assault that would have overwhelmed any conventional defensive force. The situation seemed hopeless when the Knights arrived, their sudden appearance on the battlefield like a ray of sunlight breaking through storm clouds. Florin's tactical assessment of the situation was instantaneous and decisive. Rather than attempting to hold the compromised section of wall, he ordered a fighting withdrawal that would draw the enemy into a prepared killing ground, where the city's remaining magical defenses could be brought to bear most effectively. The maneuver required precise timing and absolute trust between the retreating defenders, qualities that the knights had developed through years of adventuring together and that they quickly instilled in the troops under their command. Dove's magic proved crucial in breaking the enemy's mind control effects, her spells cutting through demonic influence like silver blades through silk. The sight of their comrades suddenly restored to their right minds and turning their weapons back against the enemy sent a surge of hope through the defending force that transformed what had seemed like certain defeat into the possibility of victory. Her mastery of battle magic then came into play as she wove spells of such power and precision that even the fallen angels leading the assault found themselves forced to reconsider their approach. Mareth's archery during this engagement became the stuff of legend, his arrows finding their marks with such consistency and devastating effect that the enemy began to believe they faced not one archer, but an entire company of Elven bowmasters. His ability to target enemy spellcasters and commanders disrupted their coordination just when such disruption was most needed, while his knowledge of Elven defensive magic allowed him to enhance the effectiveness of the city's remaining magical protections. The battle raged for hours, with the outcome hanging in the balance as both sides committed their reserves and called upon their deepest resources of courage and determination. It was Torm's charge into the heart of the enemy formation that finally broke their assault, his hammer crushing the skull of a Balor, whose death sent shockwaves of demoralization through the demonic ranks. Yet even as victory was achieved, the cost was becoming apparent. Several of the city's finest defenders had fallen, and the magical defenses had been strained to their breaking point. As the immediate threat was repelled, the knights turned their attention to the broader strategic situation, quickly recognizing that the city's position was more desperate than most of its inhabitants realized. The enemy's probing attacks had revealed weaknesses in the defensive perimeter that could not be easily corrected, while their seemingly inexhaustible numbers meant that each defensive victory was merely a postponement of the inevitable, rather than a step toward ultimate triumph. The conclusion was inescapable. Drannor could not be saved through military action alone. This recognition led to one of the most difficult decisions in the Knights' history, a choice that would define their legacy and demonstrate the true depth of their commitment to the ideals they served. Rather than focusing their efforts on their own survival, or even on achieving military victory, they chose to dedicate themselves to ensuring that as many of the city's inhabitants as possible could escape to safety, that the knowledge and culture of Drannor could survive even if the city itself was doomed. The evacuation plan they developed was ambitious beyond anything previously attempted, requiring the coordination of magical transportation, mundane logistics, and military action on a scale that challenged every resource the city possessed. Civilians would be evacuated through a combination of teleportation circles, flying mounts, and carefully planned overland routes that avoided the main enemy concentrations. The most valuable artifacts and knowledge would be prioritized for removal, ensuring that the greatest treasures of Drannor's civilization would not be lost to the forces of darkness. Yet such an evacuation could only succeed if the enemy was prevented from interfering, which meant that someone would have to hold the city's defenses long enough for the non-combatants to escape. This was a mission from which there could be no return, a final stand that would require heroes to willingly embrace martyrdom for the sake of others. When the call went out for volunteers, the response was immediate and overwhelming. Far more defenders stepped forward than could be used effectively, their willingness to sacrifice themselves a testament to the courage that Drannor's ideals had inspired in its people. The Knights of Drannor placed themselves at the head of this volunteer force, their decision inspiring others and lending credibility to an enterprise that might otherwise have seemed like mere fantasy. Their presence transformed what could have been a chaotic last stand into an organized fighting withdrawal, a carefully planned series of defensive actions designed to buy time rather than achieve victory. Each position would be held as long as possible before falling back to the next prepared line, trading space for time, while ensuring that the evacuees had the protection they needed to reach safety. The Company of the White Star, an elite unit of Elven warriors who had served as the city's honor guard for over a century, announced their intention to make their final stand at the heart of the city, defending the great library and the Mythal's central chamber until the very last possible moment. Led by Captain Elhaith Sornatar, a warrior poet whose verses had celebrated the beauty of life and the nobility of sacrifice, they prepared for what they knew would be their final battle, with the calm dignity that marked the greatest Elven heroes throughout history. Captain Sornatar's speech to his troops before their final engagement would be remembered and recited for generations, a masterpiece of inspirational oratory that captured both the tragedy and the glory of their situation. We who have lived to see Drannор's greatest days will also witness its last, he declared, his voice carrying clearly through the crystal halls that had echoed with music and laughter for so many centuries. Yet in our ending we write a new beginning, for the courage we show here will inspire others to continue the work we can no longer complete. Let our deaths purchase the lives of those who carry our dreams into the future. The halfling community, led by the indomitable Perry Littlefoot, organized a network of guides and scouts who would ensure that the evacuation routes remained open despite enemy interference. Their intimate knowledge of the forest paths and their natural ability to move unseen made them ideally suited for this crucial task, yet they too faced the likelihood that their mission would require the ultimate sacrifice. Perry herself led the most dangerous missions, penetrating deep into enemy-held territory to gather intelligence and eliminate threats that could compromise the evacuation effort. Human engineers and artificers, working under the direction of Master Builder Coronal, prepared a series of delayed action charges and magical devices that would deny the enemy the use of Drannор's most important facilities, even after the city fell. The great library's most precious volumes were either evacuated or prepared for destruction rather than allow them to fall into enemy hands. The workshops where magical items had been created were rigged with explosives that would prevent their secrets from being used for evil purposes. Even the city's beautiful architecture was prepared for systematic destruction, ensuring that the enemy's victory would be as hollow as possible. The dwarven defenders, true to their nature, declared their intention to hold the underground passages and defensive tunnels that honeycombed the earth beneath the city. Led by Thane Grimjaw Ironshield, whose clan had helped design and build many of the subterranean fortifications, they prepared for a siege within a siege, planning to continue fighting from their underground strongholds long after the surface city had fallen. Their intimate knowledge of the tunnel systems would allow them to harass enemy occupation forces and provide support for any future attempts to retake the city. As the final evacuation began, the true nature of heroism revealed itself not in grand gestures, but in countless small acts of courage and sacrifice. Healers remained at their posts to tend the wounded, even when they could have escaped to safety. Teachers led groups of children through dangerous territory, protecting their charges with their own bodies when necessary. Craftsmen destroyed their life's work rather than allow it to be perverted by evil influence. Ordinary citizens took up arms they had never expected to wield, standing guard over evacuation points, with the desperate courage of those who fought for everything they held dear. The Knights of Drannor found themselves separated during the chaotic final days, each member leading different aspects of the resistance effort, according to their unique skills and the desperate needs of the moment. Florin coordinated the overland evacuation routes, using his ranger abilities to find paths through enemy territory that others would have missed. Dove focused her efforts on maintaining the magical portals that allowed rapid evacuation of non-combatants, her connection to Mystra providing the power needed to keep the teleportation circles functioning despite magical interference from enemy forces. Marith led a series of hit-and-run attacks designed to disrupt enemy siege preparations, his archery and tactical skills allowing a small force of volunteers to achieve effects far beyond their numbers. Exile worked desperately to preserve the most important magical knowledge, copying spells and formulas onto portable media, while preparing the great libraries for destruction. Torm and Wraithen fought side by side in the most desperate defensive actions, their combined abilities as warrior and healer, keeping hope alive even in the darkest moments. Young Narm found himself thrust into situations that tested not only his magical abilities, but his character, forced to make decisions that would have challenged warriors twice his age. His growth during those final days was remarkable, his raw potential finally disciplined by the crucible of necessity into skills that saved lives and bought precious time for the evacuation effort. The final act of heroism came when it became clear that the Mythal itself had become a target of enemy efforts, its power too great to be allowed to remain in the hands of the defenders. A strike force of the most powerful enemy agents, led by fallen celestials whose corruption gave them insights into the Mythal's construction and vulnerabilities, launched a direct assault on the central chamber where the Mythaler resided. The defense of this crucial location fell to whoever could reach it in time, and the response came from heroes who had already given everything they had to give. Captain Sornatar and the surviving members of the Company of the White Star made their final stand in the crystal chambers surrounding the Mythalar, their sacrifice buying time for the evacuation of the last civilians, while denying the enemy the chance to corrupt or control the city's greatest magical achievement. Their deaths were not in vain, for their heroism ensured that the Mythal's power would be beyond enemy reach, its energies dissipating harmlessly rather than being turned to evil purposes. The Knights of Drannor, scattered throughout the city on their various missions, each faced their own moment of ultimate testing. Some survived the siege, bearing the scars and memories of those terrible days for the rest of their lives. Others fell in the performance of their duty, their names joining the roll of heroes who proved that courage and sacrifice could triumph even over the forces of absolute evil. In death, as in life, they embodied the ideals that had made Drannor great, demonstrating that the city's true victory lay not in military success, but in the character of those who chose to serve others rather than themselves. As the last evacuation ships departed, and the final defensive positions were overrun, the heroes and martyrs of Drannor had achieved something that military victory could never have accomplished. They had proven that the ideals of cooperation, sacrifice, and unity were not mere abstractions but living principles that could inspire ordinary people to achieve extraordinary things. Their example would inspire resistance movements and heroic actions throughout Faerun for generations to come, ensuring that the spirit of Drannor would survive even if the city itself was lost. The names of these heroes would be remembered in song and story, their deeds becoming the foundation for legends that would grow with each telling. Yet perhaps their greatest achievement was not the fame they earned, but the lives they saved, the hope they preserved, and the example they set for all who would face similar trials in the years to come. They had shown that darkness could not triumph while there remained those willing to stand against it, that evil could not prevail, while heroes were prepared to pay the ultimate price for the protection of good. The siege of Drannor would be remembered as one of the greatest tragedies in the history of Faerun, but it would also be celebrated as one of the most inspiring examples of heroism and sacrifice that the world had ever known. In their final hours, the defenders of the city had demonstrated the true meaning of the ideals for which they fought, proving that some things were indeed worth dying for, and that the light of courage could shine brightest in the darkest of times. Chapter 8. The Shattering of Dreams. There comes a moment in every great tragedy when hope dies, not with a dramatic flourish, but with a whisper, when the accumulated weight of loss and suffering finally breaks the spirit that had sustained resistance against impossible odds. For Drannor, that moment arrived not when the outer walls fell, or when the first enemy forces breached the inner defenses, but when the very foundation of the city's existence, the great Mythal that had protected and nurtured its inhabitants for centuries, began to turn against those it had been created to serve, transforming from guardian into executioner in a perversion of purpose that would haunt the survivors for generations to come. The corruption of the Mythal began subtly, almost imperceptibly, like a cancer growing in the heart of a living being. For months, the city's mages had noticed minor irregularities in the magical field's behavior, protective wards that flickered unexpectedly, enhancement effects that fluctuated without apparent cause, harmony influences that seemed less effective in promoting cooperation among the increasingly desperate population. These anomalies were initially dismissed as the natural consequence of the Mythal being strained beyond its design parameters, pushed to maintain defenses against forces its creators had never imagined it would face. But as the siege intensified and the enemy's assault grew more sophisticated, it became apparent that something far more sinister was occurring. The fallen angels and corrupted archmages leading the army of darkness possessed an intimate understanding of divine and arcane magic that allowed them to identify weaknesses in even the most sophisticated mystical defenses. More troubling still, their corruption of several high-ranking city officials had provided them with detailed intelligence about the Mythal's construction, its control mechanisms, and the theoretical vulnerabilities that its creators had worked so hard to eliminate. The attack on the Mythal was not a crude attempt to destroy or dispel it, for the magical working was far too powerful and well-anchored to succumb to such direct approaches. Instead, the enemy employed a strategy of gradual corruption, introducing subtle distortions into the magical field that would slowly transform its beneficial effects into harmful ones. Like a master poisoner who corrupts medicine into toxin through the careful addition of foreign substances, the forces of darkness began to alter the Mythal's fundamental programming, turning its own power against the city it protected. The first sign that something was seriously wrong came when the Harmony Network, the web of subtle enchantments designed to promote cooperation and understanding, began to produce the opposite effects. Citizens who had worked together for decades suddenly found themselves overcome by irrational suspicion and hostility toward their neighbors. Racial tensions that had been successfully managed for centuries erupted into open violence, as the magical influences that had helped suppress such conflicts were perverted into amplifiers of discord and hatred. Friends became enemies overnight, families were torn apart by suddenly irreconcilable differences, and communities that had thrived through mutual support dissolved into fractious collections of competing factions. The magical enhancements that had made life in Drannor so remarkably productive and fulfilling began to twist into their opposite forms. Spells that had been designed to enhance creativity and inspiration started producing madness and obsession. Enchantments that had improved physical health and mental clarity began causing weakness and confusion. The very air of the city, which had once seemed to sparkle with possibility and hope, grew thick with an oppressive malevolence that made every breath a struggle and every thought an effort. Most terrifying of all was the transformation of the Mythal's protective barriers. The magical fields that had shielded the city from hostile spells and malevolent influences began to trap and concentrate such forces instead of deflecting them. Enemy curses that should have been harmlessly dispersed instead accumulated within the city's borders, growing stronger with each passing hour. Demonic influences that should have been repelled by the Mythal's holy energies found themselves welcomed and amplified, turning Drannor itself into a beacon that attracted every form of corruption and evil from across the planes of existence. The technical complexities of this magical sabotage were beyond the understanding of most of the city's defenders, but its effects were apparent to everyone who lived within the Mythal's influence. What had once been humanity's greatest achievement in cooperative magic was becoming a nightmare of unprecedented proportions, a perversion of everything it had been created to represent. The very foundations of reality within the city's borders began to shift and warp, creating pockets of twisted space where the normal laws of physics and magic no longer applied in predictable ways. Coronal, now ancient beyond the normal span even of Elven years, had lived to see his greatest dream transformed into his most terrible nightmare. The vision that had inspired him to create Drannor, a city where all races could live in harmony and mutual support, was being systematically destroyed, not through military defeat, but through the corruption of the very ideals that had made such cooperation possible. The magic that had bound different peoples together was now driving them apart with a ferocity that exceeded their worst historical animosities. In the crystal chambers deep beneath the city, where the Mythaler still pulsed with power that had become malevolent, the Coronal made the most difficult decision of his long life. The Mythal could not be repaired or restored, while under active attack by forces that understood its construction better than its remaining defenders. It could not be allowed to continue functioning in its corrupted state, for its perverted influence was doing more damage to the city than any conventional siege could achieve. The only option remaining was to attempt a controlled dissolution of the magical field, a process that would strip away Drannор's greatest protection but might also eliminate the source of its greatest torment. The ritual required for such a dissolution was dangerous beyond imagination, for it involved the deliberate destabilization of magical forces that had been accumulating for centuries. A single mistake could result in an explosion that would not only destroy the city but potentially tear holes in the fabric of reality itself, creating permanent portals to the most destructive planes of existence. Yet the alternative, allowing the corrupted Mythal to continue its work of transformation, promised an even worse fate for any who might survive the conventional siege. The circle of high mages, reduced by casualties and betrayal to fewer than a dozen members, gathered in the Mythal chamber for what they knew would be their final working together. Many of them had participated in the Mythal's original creation, their younger selves filled with hope and pride at what they were accomplishing. Now, as aged survivors of a dream turned nightmare, they prepared to undo their greatest achievement in the hope that its destruction might somehow preserve what remained of the ideals it had been created to serve. The dissolution ritual required precise timing and absolute coordination, for the Mythal's power had to be released gradually rather than all at once. Each member of the circle took responsibility for a different aspect of the magical field. Their combined will focused on the incredibly delicate task of convincing centuries of accumulated magic to simply stop. The process was agonizing, both physically and emotionally, as each mage felt the dissolution of enchantments they had helped create, the death of spells that had been like children to their creators. As the ritual proceeded, the effects throughout the city were immediate and dramatic. The oppressive malevolence that had been growing stronger with each passing day began to lift, replaced by an emptiness that was somehow even more disturbing. Citizens who had been driven to violence by the corrupted Harmony network suddenly found their artificial hatred dissipating, leaving them confused and horrified by their recent actions. The magical enhancements that had made daily life easier and more pleasant simply vanished, forcing people to cope with ordinary human limitations they had not experienced for generations. But the most significant change was in the city's defenses. The barriers that had protected Drannor from direct assault for centuries flickered and died, leaving the population exposed to threats they had never had to face. Enemy forces that had been held at bay by the Mythal's power suddenly found the path to the city's heart lying open before them. Dragons that had been unable to penetrate the magical shields swept down from the sky to rain destruction on defenseless neighborhoods. Demons that had been confined to the outer perimeters materialized in the very heart of the city, their presence no longer constrained by protective enchantments. The army of darkness, recognizing that their greatest obstacle had been removed, launched their final assault with a fury that had been building for months of frustrated siege warfare. What had been a war of attrition became a massacre, as overwhelming enemy forces poured through breaches that could no longer be magically sealed. The streets of Drannor, which had echoed with music and laughter for centuries, now ran red with the blood of defenders who fought with desperate courage against impossible odds. The great library, that repository of knowledge and wisdom that had represented the highest achievements of cooperative scholarship, became the scene of one of the war's most tragic episodes. The Company of the White Star, making their final stand among the crystal shelves and floating tomes, fought to protect not only the knowledge itself but the principle it represented, that learning and wisdom were treasures to be shared rather than hoarded, that understanding could bridge any gap between different peoples and cultures. Captain Elhythe Sornatar, wielding a moonblade that had been passed down through his family for over 1,000 years, carved a path through demonic attackers, while his remaining warriors formed a protective circle around the library's most precious volumes. Their sacrifice bought time for scholars and apprentices to evacuate with whatever texts they could carry, ensuring that some fragment of Drannor's intellectual heritage would survive even if the library itself was destroyed. The actual destruction of the library was carried out not by enemy action but by the defenders themselves, who chose to burn what they could not save, rather than allow it to fall into the hands of those who would pervert its knowledge for evil purposes. The sight of those crystal halls filled with flame instead of light marked the end of an era, the conclusion of humanity's greatest experiment in the free exchange of knowledge and ideas. The smoke that rose from the burning books carried with it the dreams of generations, the hopes of scholars who had believed that understanding could triumph over ignorance, that cooperation could overcome competition. In the residential districts where families had lived in harmony for centuries, the collapse of the Mythal's protective influence unleashed horrors that defied description. Demons materialized in children's bedrooms, their presence no longer blocked by the magical wards that had made such manifestations impossible. Undead creatures rose from graves that had been consecrated by holy magic, their animation no longer prevented by the divine energies that had once permeated every corner of the city. The very architecture began to warp and twist as the stable magical fields that had maintained the living building's integrity dissolved into chaos. The crystal spires that had been Drannор's most recognizable landmarks started to collapse as the magical frameworks that supported their impossible structures failed. The singing fountains fell silent as the enchantments that had given them voice dispersed into nothingness. The gardens where impossible flowers had bloomed in eternal spring withered as the magic that had sustained them was torn away. In the space of hours, centuries of accumulated wonder and beauty crumbled into ruins that would have broken the hearts of those who had loved the city in its glory days. Yet even in the midst of this apocalyptic destruction, acts of heroism and sacrifice continued to illuminate the darkness. Elven warriors who had spent their immortal lives in peaceful pursuits took up weapons they had never expected to wield, standing guard over evacuation routes with the desperate courage of those who fought for everything they held dear. Human artificers worked frantically to construct mundane defenses to replace the magical protections that had been lost, their mortal determination compensating for their lack of supernatural abilities. Dwarven engineers led efforts to collapse tunnels and bridges that might allow enemy forces easier access to civilian populations, their intimate knowledge of the city's construction enabling them to create obstacles that would slow the advancing army even without magical enhancement. Halfling guides shepherded groups of refugees through hidden paths that avoided the main areas of conflict, their natural stealth and knowledge of secret routes proving invaluable when magical concealment was no longer available. The city's religious leaders, drawn from every faith represented in Drannор's diverse population, worked desperately to maintain morale and provide spiritual comfort to those who faced the loss of everything they had ever known. Their prayers and ceremonies could not restore the magical protections that had been lost, but they offered something perhaps more valuable, the reminder that faith and hope could endure even when all material supports had been stripped away, that the human spirit could triumph over the darkest adversity if it remained connected to sources of meaning that transcended the physical world. As the enemy forces advanced deeper into the city's heart, the surviving defenders were forced into an ever-shrinking perimeter around the palace complex, where Coronal maintained his last command post. The ancient elf, his body weakened by the enormous effort required to dissolve the Mythal, but his spirit still burning with determination, coordinated the final resistance efforts, while simultaneously overseeing the evacuation of the city's remaining non-combatants. The Coronal's final address to his people, delivered from the steps of the palace as enemy forces closed in on all sides, would be remembered by every survivor for the rest of their lives. Speaking in a voice that carried clearly despite the sounds of battle raging nearby, he acknowledged the failure of his great dream, while simultaneously affirming the eternal validity of the ideals that had inspired it. "The city we built together is dying," he declared, his words heavy with grief but free of despair. "The magic that protected us has failed. The harmony we cherished has been shattered, and the unity we achieved has been torn apart by forces we could not have imagined. Yet the dream that created Drannor cannot die unless we allow it to die, for it lives not in stone and crystal, but in the hearts of those who remember what we accomplished here, who carry forward the knowledge that different peoples can work together for the common good. His final command was not a call for a last desperate battle, but an order for all remaining defenders to focus their efforts on protecting the evacuation routes, to ensure that as many as possible of Drannор's people could escape to carry the city's legacy into an uncertain future. It was a decision that epitomized everything the Coronal had represented throughout his long life. The willingness to sacrifice personal glory for the greater good, the recognition that true victory sometimes required accepting apparent defeat, the understanding that leadership meant serving others rather than being served by them. As the palace itself came under direct assault and the last defensive positions were overrun, Coronal Eltargrim made his final stand, not with sword and spell, but with the quiet dignity that had marked his entire reign. He chose to remain in the city he had created rather than flee to safety, accepting responsibility for both its greatest triumphs and its ultimate failure. His death, when it came, was witnessed only by the enemy forces who had finally broken through to his inner chambers, but the manner of his passing, calm, dignified, and free of either fear or hatred, served as a final testament to the character that had inspired one of the greatest experiments in unity that the world had ever known. The shattering of Drannор's dreams was complete, but the ideals that had inspired those dreams would prove more durable than the magic that had protected them. In the ashes of the great city, seeds were being planted that would grow into new efforts at cooperation and understanding, new attempts to build bridges between different peoples and cultures. The dream had died, but the dreamers lived on, carrying with them the knowledge that such dreams were possible, that they were worth pursuing despite the risks they entailed, and that their achievement, however temporary, could justify any sacrifice required to bring them into being. The crystal spires had fallen, the singing fountains were silent, and the streets that had known centuries of peace now witnessed only violence and despair. Yet, in the hearts of those who escaped the city's destruction, the memory of what had been accomplished would burn like an eternal flame, waiting for the day when circumstances would again be right for such dreams to take physical form. Drannor was dying, but its legacy would endure, a reminder that the greatest human achievements are not those that last forever, but those that inspire others to continue striving for goals that seem impossible until they are achieved. Chapter 9. The City's Last Stand. When all seems lost and death stands at the threshold of every door, the human spirit faces its ultimate test, whether to surrender to despair or to kindle one final flame of defiance that may illuminate the darkness for generations yet unborn. In the burning heart of Drannor, as the city's crystal spires crumbled, and its dreams lay shattered in streets stained crimson with the blood of heroes, that test came, not to individuals but to an entire civilization, to the very concept of unity and cooperation that had made the great experiment possible. What followed would be remembered not as a military victory, for victory was no longer possible, but as a testament to the enduring power of sacrifice and the triumph of hope over hopelessness. The collapse of the Mythal had transformed the strategic situation from desperate to catastrophic in the span of a single night. Where once the city's defenders had fought from prepared positions behind magical barriers that multiplied their effectiveness, they now faced overwhelming enemy forces in open battle with only conventional weapons and their own courage to sustain them. The army of darkness, no longer constrained by the protective fields that had frustrated their advance for months, poured through the breached defenses like a black tide of malevolence that threatened to drown everything in its path. Yet, rather than breaking the spirit of Drannor's remaining defenders, the loss of their magical protection seemed to awaken something deeper and more primal in those who had chosen to stand and fight. Stripped of the supernatural advantages that had long been taken for granted, they discovered reserves of determination and ingenuity that surprised even themselves. Elven warriors who had relied on enhanced accuracy found that their natural skill with bow and blade remained formidable. Human soldiers who had depended on magical enhancement discovered that their tactical flexibility and adaptive thinking could compensate for the loss of supernatural advantages. Dwarven defenders, their runic protections dissolved, fell back on the fundamental strengths of their people, unbreakable courage and the ability to hold ground against any odds. The city's final defense was organized, not by the traditional military hierarchy, which had been shattered along with everything else, but by an informal network of surviving leaders who emerged from every corner of the besieged population. Captain Thuflar Starbrow Melruth, his earlier conflicts with the extremist factions forgotten in the face of ultimate crisis, found himself coordinating resistance efforts across multiple districts, while simultaneously overseeing the evacuation of non-combatants. His mixed heritage, once a source of political complications, now became an asset that allowed him to communicate effectively with defenders from every racial community. The evacuation itself was a logistical nightmare of unprecedented complexity, requiring the coordination of magical transportation, conventional flight, and overland escape routes, while under constant attack from enemy forces that seemed to anticipate every move. The teleportation circles that had once provided safe and reliable travel between distant cities now functioned sporadically at best, their operation disrupted by the magical chaos that had followed the Mythal's dissolution. Each successful evacuation required the sacrifice of defenders who held the departure points against overwhelming assault, buying time with their lives for others to escape to safety. Master Sage Kyrian Hawkwinter, the ancient elf who had served as head librarian during Drannор's golden age, coordinated the evacuation of the city's most precious intellectual treasures, with the desperate efficiency of one who knew that centuries of accumulated knowledge hung in the balance. Working with a team of scholars and apprentices drawn from every major race, he made the agonizing decisions about which texts and artifacts could be saved, and which would have to be left behind or destroyed to prevent them from falling into enemy hands. Each choice felt like a small death, the loss of irreplaceable knowledge that had taken generations to accumulate and preserve. The physical process of evacuation was complicated by the presence of refugees from the outlying settlements that had already fallen to the enemy advance. These displaced families, many of them carrying nothing but the clothes on their backs and the hope that Drannor could offer them safety, now found themselves caught in the middle of the city's own destruction. The moral imperative to protect these innocents added another layer of complexity to an already impossible situation, forcing the defenders to spread their limited resources even thinner, while simultaneously increasing the number of people who needed to be evacuated. The children presented the most heartbreaking aspect of the evacuation effort. Many of them had known no world other than Drannor's multicultural paradise, their young lives shaped by the assumption that different races could live together in harmony and mutual respect. Now they found themselves torn from the only home they had ever known, carried through burning streets by parents who struggled to explain why their beautiful city was dying around them. The sight of these young faces, filled with confusion and terror, provided perhaps the most powerful motivation for those who chose to remain behind and fight to the end. Among the most tragic cases were the children of mixed heritage, whose very existence represented the ultimate achievement of Drannor's vision of unity. Half-elven, half-dwarven, and other combinations that had been celebrated as living symbols of successful integration, now found themselves belonging fully to no evacuating community, their complex identities making them vulnerable to being overlooked in the chaos of departure. Special efforts had to be made to ensure that these living embodiments of the city's ideals were not left behind, that the dream of unity would survive in their persons, even if it died in the place of their birth. The magical portals that provided the most efficient means of evacuation operated under conditions of constant peril, their functioning dependent on mages who maintained the delicate spells while under fire from enemy forces that recognized the strategic importance of disrupting the escape routes. Each portal could operate for only limited periods before the strain of maintaining the connections across such chaotic magical conditions overwhelmed its operators. The scheduling of evacuations became a desperate calculus of lives and resources, with priority given to those least able to defend themselves, while fighters remained behind to protect the ongoing operation. Captain Melruth found himself making decisions that would have been unthinkable in normal circumstances, choosing which groups of civilians to evacuate first, while others waited in hiding places that grew more dangerous with each passing hour. The criteria for such choices were both practical and moral. Children and elderly received priority, as did those carrying crucial knowledge or skills that would be needed for rebuilding efforts. Yet the captain never lost sight of the fundamental principle that had made Drannor great. Every life had value regardless of race or social standing, and no one would be abandoned simply because their evacuation was inconvenient or dangerous. The defense of the evacuation routes required a form of warfare unlike anything the city's defenders had previously practiced. Rather than holding fixed positions in the traditional manner, they had to maintain mobile corridors through enemy-controlled territory, constantly adapting their tactics as the situation changed and new threats emerged. Small units of volunteers, drawn from the most experienced veterans and the most dedicated idealists, conducted running battles through the crystal gardens and silver halls that had once echoed with music and laughter. Their sacrifice measured not in enemy casualties, but in civilians safely evacuated. The transformation of the Mythal from protector to prison began to manifest in the most horrifying ways as the final evacuation proceeded. Rather than simply ceasing to function, the magical field had been so thoroughly corrupted that it began actively working against the city's inhabitants. Teleportation spells that should have carried evacuees to safety instead deposited them in random locations throughout the hostile territory surrounding the city. Enhancement magic that should have strengthened defenders instead weakened them at crucial moments. Even simple communication spells became unreliable, carrying false messages that led rescue efforts astray, or alerting enemy forces to the locations of hidden civilians. Most insidious of all was the Mythal's effect on the emotional and spiritual well-being of those still within its influence. The Harmony network that had once promoted cooperation and understanding now amplified fear, despair, and desperation to levels that drove some defenders to madness or suicide. The magical field that had once made Drannor feel like a sanctuary now transformed it into a psychological hell where every shadow seemed to whisper of doom, and every sound carried echoes of impending destruction. Only those with the strongest will or the deepest commitment to their cause could resist the crushing weight of supernatural despair that pressed down upon the city. The Army of Darkness, recognizing the change in the Mythal's function, began to modify their tactics to take advantage of their enemy's psychological vulnerability. Rather than simply advancing to crush resistance through brute force, they started to employ terror tactics, designed to break the spirit of those they sought to defeat. Captured defenders were subjected to public torture, designed to demoralize their comrades. Civilians who could not be evacuated in time were herded into open areas where their suffering could be witnessed by those still fighting. The enemy's goal was no longer merely to conquer the city, but to ensure that its destruction would serve as an object lesson that would discourage similar experiments in unity and cooperation. Yet even under these horrific conditions, moments of extraordinary courage and compassion continued to illuminate the darkness. Healer priests who had used their magic to cure disease and injury now turned their divine powers toward providing spiritual comfort to those who faced death. Their presence alone serving as a reminder that hope could endure even in the darkest circumstances. Teachers and scholars who had dedicated their lives to the pursuit of knowledge now used their final hours to share everything they knew with younger survivors, ensuring that crucial information would not die with them. The workshop guilds that had created so many of Drannor's marvels organized systematic destruction of their tools and techniques rather than allow them to be perverted for evil purposes. Master craftsmen spent their last hours dismantling the very creations that had brought them fame and satisfaction, choosing to see their life's work destroyed rather than corrupted. The explosions that marked the destruction of these facilities served as both practical denial of resources to the enemy and symbolic statements that the values of creation and beauty could not be forced to serve destruction and ugliness. The final evacuation portal, established in the plaza before the palace where Coronal had made his last stand, operated under the most desperate conditions imaginable. Enemy forces pressed in from all sides, while the remaining defenders formed an ever-shrinking perimeter around the magical gateway that represented the last hope of escape for hundreds of trapped civilians. The mages maintaining the portal worked beyond the limits of human endurance, their bodies failing even as their spirits refused to surrender to the overwhelming odds they faced. Lady Shannara Beluith, a half-elven sorceress whose mastery of portal magic had made her indispensable to the evacuation effort, made the ultimate sacrifice when enemy forces finally broke through the defensive perimeter. Using her own life force to power one final activation of the portal, she managed to evacuate the last group of children and elderly civilians, while denying the enemy the chance to pursue them through the magical gateway. Her death marked the end of organized evacuation efforts, leaving only scattered groups of survivors to make their escape through conventional means. The moment when hope finally died in Drannor came not with the fall of the last defensive position, or the death of the final hero, but with the sight of the enemy's banner raised over the palace, where the Coronal had held court for so many centuries. The twisted symbols of the army of darkness, planted among the crystal spires that had once caught and reflected light in celebration of beauty and wonder, served as the ultimate desecration of everything the city had represented. The very architecture seemed to weep as enemy forces poured through halls that had been designed for music and laughter, but now echoed only with the sounds of destruction and despair. Yet even in this moment of absolute defeat, the true victory of Drannор's defenders became apparent. The enemy had conquered a city, but they had failed to destroy the ideals that had made it great. In refugee camps scattered across Faerun, survivors carried with them not just the memory of what had been lost, but the knowledge of what had been possible. Children who had grown up in the multicultural paradise would grow to adulthood with the unshakable conviction that different races could live together in harmony, that cooperation was stronger than competition, that unity was worth any sacrifice required to achieve it. The enemy's victory was therefore Pyrrhic in the truest sense, for while they had succeeded in destroying the physical manifestation of interracial cooperation, they had simultaneously created thousands of living witnesses to its possibility. Every survivor who escaped the city's destruction carried within them a piece of the dream that had made Drannor great, a seed that would eventually take root in new soil and grow into new experiments in unity and understanding. The transformation of the Mythal from protection to prison would ensure that the ruins of Drannor remained cursed for centuries to come, a haunted wasteland where the ghosts of noble dreams wandered through halls of broken crystal and withered gardens. Yet this curse would also serve as a different kind of protection, preserving the memory of what had been achieved while preventing the enemy from fully enjoying the fruits of their victory. The city they had conquered was already slipping away from them, transformed by their very success into something that could never serve their purposes. As the last defenders fell, and the final flames consumed the remaining structures, the army of darkness discovered that they had won everything and nothing. They possessed the ruins of a great city, but not its essence, the corpse of a dream, but not its spirit, the shell of an achievement, but not its meaning. Their victory would prove hollow and temporary, while the defeat of Drannor's defenders would inspire resistance and hope for generations to come. The last stand was over, but the legend was just beginning. In the ashes of the greatest experiment in unity that the world had ever known, the seeds of future cooperation were already taking root, nourished by the blood of heroes and watered by the tears of those who remembered what had been possible when different peoples chose to work together rather than apart. The city's physical form was dead, but its spirit would prove immortal, destined to inspire new attempts at building bridges between divided communities until the end of time itself. Chapter 10. Aftermath and Exile. In the wake of great catastrophe, survivors face a choice that defines not only their immediate fate, but the character of their people for generations to come, whether to learn from their losses and grow stronger, or to retreat into isolation and allow grief to calcify into permanent bitterness. For the scattered remnants of Drannor's population, scattered across Faerun like seeds blown by a devastating storm. This choice would shape the course of history itself, determining whether the great experiment in unity would inspire future attempts at cooperation, or serve as a cautionary tale that discouraged such dangerous dreams forever. The immediate aftermath of Drannar's fall was chaos beyond description, as tens of thousands of refugees found themselves suddenly homeless, leaderless, and scattered across a continent that had grown accustomed to seeing them as symbols of successful civilization, rather than as displaced persons in desperate need of assistance. The teleportation networks that had carried the lucky few to safety had deposited them in locations hundreds or even thousands of miles apart, creating isolated pockets of survivors who had no way of knowing whether their friends and families had escaped or perished in the city's final hours. For the Elven survivors, the trauma of loss was compounded by the unique nature of their immortal perspective on time and memory. Where humans and other shorter-lived races might eventually find comfort in the gradual fading of painful memories, elves would carry the vivid recollection of Drannar's destruction for centuries or millennia to come. Every detail of the city's final days would remain as clear and immediate to them as if it had happened yesterday, creating a psychological burden that would influence their decisions and attitudes for the rest of their extended lives. The retreat of the surviving elves deeper into the forests of Cormanthor was not a planned military withdrawal, but a spontaneous migration, driven by grief and horror, led by those members of the nobility who had survived the siege, including Lord Miritar of House Amoralis, whose earlier opposition to the multicultural experiment now seemed prophetic rather than reactionary. The elven remnants sought refuge in the most remote and heavily protected enclaves their people had maintained throughout the centuries of openness and cooperation. These ancient settlements, hidden in the deepest groves where the trees themselves served as guardians and protectors, had remained largely unchanged despite Drannar's revolutionary influence on elven society. Here, traditional ways of life had been preserved, like flowers pressed between the pages of an ancient book, waiting for the day when they might be needed again. The elves who had maintained these communities had often been dismissed as backward and reactionary during Drannar's golden age, but now their preservation of the old ways provided a sanctuary for those who had lost everything else they had ever known. The cultural shock experienced by the Drannor refugees was profound and disorienting. Elves who had spent centuries living and working alongside humans, dwarves, and halflings suddenly found themselves in communities where contact with other races was not merely discouraged, but actively forbidden. Children who had grown up believing that diversity was strength were told that their exposure to foreign influences had somehow contaminated their essential elven nature. The music, art, and literature that had flourished in Drannar's multicultural environment was dismissed as corrupted and impure, unworthy of preservation in the temples of traditional elven culture. Yet the process of reintegration was complicated by the fact that the refugees brought with them undeniable evidence of what cooperation could achieve. Their magical innovations, artistic techniques, and scholarly insights had clearly advanced beyond what purely elven communities had accomplished in isolation. Even the most traditional elven leaders could not entirely dismiss the practical benefits that had emerged from cultural exchange, creating a tension between ideological purity and pragmatic necessity that would influence elven society for centuries to come. Lord Miritar, despite his earlier opposition to Coronal Eltargrim's vision, proved to be a surprisingly effective leader during this period of transition and healing. His understanding of traditional elven values allowed him to provide stability and continuity for refugees who desperately needed something familiar to anchor their shattered world, while his witness to Drannar's achievements prevented him from completely rejecting everything the Great Experiment had accomplished. Under his guidance, the surviving elves began the long process of rebuilding their communities and their sense of purpose. The establishment of new settlements deeper in the forest was undertaken with a paranoia and secrecy that reflected the traumatic lessons of Drannar's fall. These hidden communities were designed to be completely self-sufficient, capable of surviving indefinitely without any contact with the outside world. Magical wards of unprecedented power and subtlety were woven around them, not merely to provide protection, but to create a barrier between the elves and a world that had proven itself capable of producing horrors beyond imagination. The most significant long-term consequence of this retreat was the beginning of what would come to be known as the Great Withdrawal, a systematic disengagement of Elven civilization from the affairs of the younger races. Where once Elven merchants, scholars, and diplomats had maintained extensive networks of contact throughout Faerun, these connections were now severed with deliberate finality. Elven ports that had welcomed ships from across the continent were closed to foreign vessels. Trade agreements that had persisted for centuries were allowed to lapse without renewal. Even the most basic forms of diplomatic communication were reduced to the absolute minimum required to prevent misunderstandings that might lead to armed conflict. This withdrawal was not merely political but deeply spiritual, reflecting a fundamental change in how elves viewed their role in the world. The traditional Elven understanding of their people as the elder race, destined to guide and protect the younger peoples, was replaced by a conviction that such guidance was not only unappreciated, but actively dangerous to those who attempted to provide it. The corruption and destruction of Drannor was interpreted as proof that the younger races were inherently incapable of the wisdom and restraint required for true civilization, and that Elven attempts to share their knowledge and culture only served to weaken both giver and receiver. The human survivors of Drannor faced different but equally challenging obstacles as they attempted to rebuild their lives in a world that suddenly seemed hostile to everything they represented. Many found refuge in human kingdoms that had maintained diplomatic relations with the great city, but even these sympathetic communities struggled to understand the depth of trauma experienced by those who had witnessed the destruction of what they had believed to be humanity's greatest achievement. The refugees' tales of multicultural cooperation were often dismissed as fantasy or propaganda, their insistence that different races could work together in harmony viewed as naive idealism that had been thoroughly discredited by events. The dwarven survivors, true to their nature, focused their efforts on practical matters of reconstruction and remembrance. Several clans that had lost members in Drannor's defense established new halls specifically dedicated to preserving the memory of the Great Experiment and the lessons it had taught. These memorial settlements served not only as homes for displaced dwarves, but as archives where the technological and magical innovations developed through interracial cooperation could be preserved for future generations. The halfling refugees, perhaps because of their naturally adaptable temperament, proved most successful at integrating into new communities, while maintaining their commitment to the ideals that had made Drannor great. Their natural ability to find joy and meaning in simple pleasures helped them cope with their losses more effectively than some of their longer-lived companions, while their gift for storytelling ensured that tales of the great city's achievements would be preserved and shared even in communities that had never experienced such cooperation firsthand. Yet for all the refugees, regardless of race, the psychological impact of their experiences created lasting changes that would influence their descendants for generations. Those who had lived in Drannor during its golden age carried within them an unshakable conviction that unity was possible, that the barriers between races were artificial constructs that could be overcome through patience and goodwill. This knowledge became both a blessing and a curse, a source of hope that sustained them through their darkest moments, but also a constant reminder of what had been lost and might never be regained. The city itself, now occupied by the victorious army of darkness, began a transformation that would make it unrecognizable to those who had known it in its glory. The crystal spires that had once caught and reflected light in celebration of beauty were twisted into forms that hurt the eye to contemplate. The singing fountains were corrupted to emit sounds that induced madness in those who listened too long. The gardens where impossible flowers had bloomed in eternal spring were transformed into nightmare landscapes, where carnivorous plants fed on the remains of those who had died defending their homes. The corrupted Mythal that had begun the city's downfall continued to function in its perverted state, but now its effects extended far beyond the city's original borders. The magical field that had once promoted harmony and understanding began to spread discord and suspicion throughout the surrounding region, affecting not only the immediate area, but communities hundreds of miles away. Trade routes that had operated successfully for centuries suddenly became sources of conflict and mistrust. Diplomatic agreements between neighboring kingdoms dissolved into accusations and recriminations. Even family relationships in distant settlements found themselves strained by inexplicable feelings of animosity and resentment. The environmental impact of the Mythal's corruption was equally devastating. The forests surrounding Drannor, which had flourished under the magical field's beneficial influence for centuries, began to wither and die as life-giving energies were transformed into forces of decay and destruction. Rivers that had run clear and sweet for millennia became polluted with substances that defied identification, but caused sickness and death in any creature that drank from them. The very soil seemed to reject attempts at cultivation, producing crops that were either poisonous or so nutritionally deficient that they could not sustain life. These effects created a gradually expanding zone of blight and corruption that forced even more populations to flee their ancestral homes, adding to the refugee crisis created by the city's fall. Communities that had never had any direct connection to Drannor suddenly found themselves dealing with the consequences of its destruction, their traditional ways of life disrupted by magical influences they did not understand and could not counter. The former Army of Darkness, having achieved their primary objective of destroying the great symbol of interracial cooperation, began to fracture as their unifying purpose dissolved into competing agendas and mutual suspicions. Demons and devils, their ancient enmity no longer suppressed by common cause, resumed their eternal conflict with a fury intensified by their recent collaboration. Dragons, having tasted the satisfaction of destroying something truly beautiful and good, dispersed to pursue their individual schemes of domination and accumulation. Even the corrupted mortals who had served the army's cause found themselves abandoned by their supernatural allies, left to face the consequences of their betrayal, without the protection and power they had been promised. This dissolution of the enemy coalition provided some small comfort to the survivors, for it ensured that the forces responsible for Drannor's destruction would not remain unified long enough to threaten other attempts at cooperation and unity. Yet it also meant that the malevolent influences unleashed by the great city's fall would spread throughout the world, rather than remaining concentrated in a single location, creating new sources of conflict and corruption that would plague civilization for generations to come. The psychological impact of Drannor's fall extended far beyond those who had direct experience of the tragedy. Throughout Faerun, communities that had been inspired by the great city's example began to question their own experiments in interracial cooperation. Trade agreements between different peoples were viewed with new suspicion. Military alliances that had provided mutual protection were dissolved, as each group retreated into defensive isolation. Even simple acts of friendship and cooperation between members of different races became suspect, tainted by the fear that such relationships might somehow lead to the same catastrophic consequences that had befallen the greatest symbol of unity the world had ever known. The scholarly and intellectual communities that had looked to Drannor as a beacon of learning and enlightenment found themselves particularly affected by the city's destruction. The loss of the great library was mourned, not only for the specific knowledge that had been destroyed, but for the principle it had represented, that wisdom and understanding were treasures to be shared freely, rather than hoarded jealously. Universities and academies throughout the continent began to restrict access to their collections, fearing that openness and cooperation in scholarship might somehow lead to the same vulnerability that had doomed the great city. Religious communities struggled to understand how the gods could have allowed such a perfect expression of divine ideals to be destroyed by forces of evil. Some concluded that the experiment had been fundamentally flawed, that the gods had never intended for different races to unite in the way Drannor had attempted. Others maintained that the city's destruction was a test of faith, a challenge that would ultimately strengthen the cause of good by forcing its adherents to find new ways of working together. These theological debates would continue for centuries, shaping religious doctrine and practice throughout the civilized world. Yet perhaps the most significant long-term consequence of Drannор's fall was the impact it had on the younger generation. Those who had grown up during the city's golden age and had known no other reality than one where cooperation and unity were not only possible but normal. These individuals, scattered across Faerun by the tragedy that had destroyed their home, carried within them a lived understanding of what could be achieved when artificial barriers were set aside in favor of common purpose. Their children and grandchildren would inherit not only the trauma of loss, but also the knowledge that the dream their ancestors had died defending was not merely possible, but had been actually achieved. As the years passed, and the immediate crisis of displacement and resettlement gave way to the longer process of rebuilding and remembrance, the true legacy of Drannor began to take shape. It would be found, not in the cursed ruins that bore its name, but in the scattered communities of survivors who refused to let the dream die with the city. In refugee camps and hidden settlements, in the halls of sympathetic rulers, and the workshops of innovative craftsmen, the ideals that had made the great experiment possible continued to live and grow, waiting for the day when circumstances would again be favorable for their full expression. The Great Withdrawal had begun, and with it an age of increasing isolation and suspicion that would cast shadows across the world for centuries to come. Yet, in those shadows, the light of hope continued to burn in the hearts of those who remembered what unity could achieve, who knew that the barriers between peoples were not insurmountable, and who carried forward the unshakable conviction that love was stronger than hate, that cooperation was more powerful than competition, and that the dream of Drannor would someday rise again from the ashes of its destruction. Chapter 11. The Haunted Ruins. Some places become so saturated with suffering and loss that they transcend mere geography to become wounds in the fabric of reality itself. Locations where the barriers between past and present grow thin, and the echoes of ancient tragedy continue to resonate through the centuries, like a song that can never end. Drannor, once the crown jewel of Elven civilization and the greatest symbol of unity the world had ever known, became such a place, a haunted wasteland, where the ghosts of noble dreams wandered through halls of broken crystal, where time itself seemed twisted by the weight of accumulated sorrow, and where the corrupted remnants of the great Mythal ensured that the city's agony would endure long after its last defenders had fallen. In the immediate aftermath of the city's fall, the victorious army of darkness had occupied the ruins with the intention of establishing a permanent stronghold of evil from which to launch further conquests across Faerun. The strategic value of controlling such a central location was obvious, while the symbolic importance of corrupting the former beacon of cooperation into a base for spreading discord and hatred appealed to the malevolent intelligence that had orchestrated the great city's destruction. Yet within months of their victory, it became apparent that Drannor's conquest had come at a price that even forces of absolute evil found difficult to bear. The corrupted Mythal that had enabled the city's destruction continued to function with a malevolent life of its own, its perverted energies affecting friend and foe alike with an impartiality that recognized no distinction between the forces of darkness and light. The Harmony network that had once promoted cooperation and understanding now amplified discord and suspicion to levels that made sustained organization impossible, even among creatures united by common evil. Demons found themselves turning on their diabolic allies with renewed fury. Undead servants attacked their own masters in fits of mindless rage. Even the dragons that had spearheaded the assault began to view their former allies as rivals to be eliminated rather than partners in conquest. The physical environment of the city itself seemed to rebel against its new occupants with a supernatural malevolence that defied rational explanation. Buildings that had stood intact after the siege began to collapse without warning, crushing unwary inhabitants beneath tons of corrupted crystal and twisted metal. The fountains that had once sung with celestial voices now emitted sounds that drove listeners to madness or violence. Gardens that had bloomed with impossible beauty became carnivorous nightmares that devoured anything foolish enough to wander among their mutated flora. Most disturbing of all were the temporal anomalies that began to manifest throughout the ruined city. zones where the Mythal's influence had warped the normal flow of time in ways that created pockets of preserved past or glimpses of potential futures. In certain areas, visitors might encounter ghostly reenactments of scenes from Dranor's golden age, watching phantom citizens go about their daily lives in blissful ignorance of the doom that awaited them. Other locations offered terrifying visions of possible tomorrows, showing the consequences that might follow if the corruption spreading from the city was allowed to continue unchecked. These temporal distortions were not mere illusions, but possessed a dangerous reality that could trap the unwary in loops of repeated experience or thrust them forward into futures they were not prepared to face. Explorers who entered certain chambers emerged days or weeks later, with no memory of the intervening time, while others aged decades in the span of hours, or found themselves reliving the same moment of horror over and over, until madness provided the only escape from an existence that had become unbearable. The army of darkness, faced with losses that exceeded any they had suffered during the actual siege, began a gradual withdrawal from the ruins they had fought so hard to capture. The dissolution of their coalition accelerated as supernatural forces that had once cooperated in pursuit of common goals now turned their attention to escaping the nightmare that Drannor had become. Within a year of their victory, the organized occupation of the city had ended, leaving behind only the most desperate or deranged creatures, those too corrupted to be affected by the ruins' malevolent influence, or too insane to recognize the danger they faced. Yet nature, as they say, abhors a vacuum, and the departure of the army of darkness created an opportunity for other malevolent forces to claim the ruins for their own purposes. The corrupted Mythal's influence attracted undead creatures from across Faerun, drawing them like moths to a flame that promised power but delivered only torment. Liches who had survived for millennia, through careful planning and patient accumulation of knowledge, found themselves compelled to investigate the ruins, hoping to unlock the secrets of the perverted magical field. Most never returned from their explorations, their ancient forms destroyed by forces they had underestimated, or their consciousness scattered across temporal anomalies that left them trapped in moments of eternal suffering. Vampires, those creatures who existed in the liminal space between life and death, proved more resistant to the ruins' immediate effects, but found themselves changed in ways that horrified even their kind. The corrupted Mythal's influence amplified their predatory nature, while simultaneously driving them toward isolation and madness, creating beings of such malevolent power that even other undead fled from their presence. These ancient vampires established lairs in the deepest parts of the ruined city, becoming the de facto rulers of a domain where traditional concepts of hierarchy and organization had been replaced by chaos and mutual predation. The spectral population of Drannor grew with each passing year as the traumatic events surrounding the city's fall continued to anchor the souls of the dead to the site of their suffering. The ghosts that haunted the crystal halls were not mere echoes of the past, but tortured spirits whose connection to the corrupted Mythal had transformed them into something far more dangerous than conventional undead. These wraiths retained the memories and personalities they had possessed in life, but their anguish at witnessing the destruction of everything they had loved had twisted them into creatures of pure malevolence, who sought to inflict their own suffering on any living being unfortunate enough to encounter them. Among the most tragic of these spectral inhabitants were the ghosts of children who had died during the siege, their innocent spirits corrupted by exposure to the Mythal's perverted influence, until they became harbingers of despair, who drove adult visitors to suicide through their mere presence. The phantom voices of these lost souls could be heard throughout the ruins, calling out for parents who would never come, singing lullabies that induced nightmares in those who heard them, playing games that invariably ended in the death or madness of any living participants. The monsters that eventually came to dominate the physical spaces of the ruins were drawn from the darkest corners of the multiverse, creatures that thrived in environments where conventional reality had broken down and chaos reigned supreme. Aberrations from the far realm found the temporal distortions and spatial anomalies to their liking, establishing colonies in areas where the laws of physics had been so thoroughly corrupted that their alien forms could exist comfortably. These creatures brought with them influences that further destabilized the ruins, creating new forms of madness and mutation that affected even the undead inhabitants who had thought themselves immune to such changes. Demonic entities, expelled from the lower planes by rivals or seeking to establish independent domains beyond the reach of their superiors, carved out territories within the ruins where they could experiment with new forms of corruption and torment. The unstable magical environment provided them with opportunities to develop abilities and techniques that would have been impossible in more stable locations, making them far more dangerous than their counterparts, who remained bound by the traditional limitations of their infernal nature. Perhaps most disturbing were the creatures that had once been defenders of the city, corrupted by their exposure to the Mythal's perverted influence until they became unrecognizable parodies of their former selves. Elven warriors who had died defending their homes rose as death knights whose hatred for the living exceeded even that of traditional undead. Human mages who had poured their life force into maintaining the city's final defenses became liches whose knowledge of the ruins' layout and hidden passages made them far more dangerous than foreign invaders could ever be. The presence of these corrupted former defenders added a particularly cruel dimension to the ruins' horror, for they retained enough of their original personalities to recognize visitors who had once been their friends or allies. Yet their corruption had twisted their memories and emotions so thoroughly that love had become hate, loyalty had become betrayal, and the desire to protect had become an overwhelming compulsion to destroy. Encounters with these fallen heroes were perhaps the most psychologically devastating experiences that explorers of the ruins could face, confronting them with living proof of how completely the forces of corruption could pervert even the noblest intentions. Despite the obvious dangers, Drrannor's ruins continued to attract adventurers, scholars, and treasure hunters from across Faerun throughout the centuries following its fall. The city's reputation as a center of magical innovation and learning had ensured that vast treasures of knowledge and artifacts remained hidden within its haunted halls, prizes that might justify almost any risk for those desperate or greedy enough to attempt their recovery. The corrupted Mythal's influence had preserved many areas of the city in a state of suspended decay, creating the tantalizing possibility that some of the great libraries and workshops might still contain recoverable materials. The most ambitious of these expeditions was organized nearly 2 centuries after the city's fall by a coalition of elven noble houses who believed that the time had come to reclaim their people's greatest achievement. Led by Prince Lamlas Cormanthor, a descendant of the royal line that had ruled the region before Drrannor's founding, this army of restoration represented the largest organized attempt to retake the ruins since their original fall. The expedition included not only elven warriors and mages, but also human allies who had maintained their commitment to the ideals of cooperation despite the centuries of suspicion and isolation that had followed the great city's destruction. The initial phases of the restoration attempt proceeded with encouraging success, as the combined forces were able to clear several districts of their monstrous inhabitants and establish secure bases from which to conduct systematic exploration of the ruins. The discovery of intact libraries and workshops that had somehow survived the centuries of neglect and corruption provided hope that the city's greatest treasures might indeed be recoverable. Plans were made for the gradual restoration of the Mythal's beneficial aspects, with teams of elven high mages working to develop techniques for purifying the corrupted magical field. Yet as the expedition penetrated deeper into the ruins and approached the central areas where the Mythal's corruption was most concentrated, they encountered resistance that exceeded anything they had prepared for. The ancient undead lords who had claimed the ruins as their domain responded to the threat with a coordination and intelligence that suggested some form of overarching control. Spectral armies of the city's former defenders rose to oppose the restoration effort, their ghostly weapons proving all too capable of inflicting real wounds on the living intruders. Most devastating of all was the Mythal's own response to the attempt at purification. The corrupted magical field, sensing a threat to its perverted existence, began to actively work against the restoration effort in ways that revealed a malevolent intelligence behind its chaotic effects. Spells cast by the Elven mages were twisted into their opposite forms. Healing magic became necromancy, protective wards became prisons that trapped their creators, and divination spells provided false information that led the expedition into carefully prepared ambushes. The final disaster came when Prince Lamlas himself attempted to reach the central chamber, where the Mythal continued to pulse with corrupted power. The temporal anomalies that surrounded this most crucial area proved impassable to conventional exploration, trapping the prince and his closest companions in a maze of distorted time, where past, present, and future became indistinguishable. The rescue attempts that followed only resulted in more casualties, as each group sent to retrieve the prince found themselves caught in the same temporal web that held him captive. The failure of the restoration expedition marked the end of organized attempts to reclaim Drannor for nearly 3 centuries. The ruins were officially declared cursed and forbidden by royal decree, with warnings posted along all approaches to discourage casual exploration. Yet the lure of the city's hidden treasures and the challenge it represented to heroes seeking to prove their worth ensured that individual adventurers continued to brave its dangers, though few ever returned to tell of what they had discovered in its haunted halls. Those who did survive their expeditions into the ruins brought back tales that grew more bizarre and terrifying with each telling. They spoke of libraries where books wrote themselves with the blood of their readers, of workshops where magical items created themselves from the corpses of intruders, of gardens where flowers bloomed with human eyes that wept tears of poison. Some claimed to have encountered the ghosts of the city's greatest heroes, fallen champions who offered cryptic warnings about dangers that lay ahead, or provided fragmentary clues about the location of particular treasures. The most consistent reports involved sightings of a figure that survivors identified as the ghost of Coronal himself, the ancient elf whose vision had created the great city and whose death had marked its final fall. This spectral ruler was said to wander the ruins of his palace, forever seeking a way to undo the corruption that had destroyed his greatest achievement. Unlike the other undead inhabitants of the ruins, the Coronal's ghost was described as benevolent, offering aid and guidance to visitors whose intentions aligned with his original vision of unity and cooperation. Yet even this potential ally came with dangers, for those who spent too much time in the presence of the ghostly Coronal found themselves drawn into his eternal quest, becoming trapped in the ruins as they devoted their lives to pursuing goals that could never be achieved. Some survivors spoke of entire expeditions that had been seduced by the ghost's promises, their members abandoning their original objectives to join the spectral ruler in his endless search for redemption that would never come. The influence of Drannор's corruption continued to spread slowly outward from the ruins themselves, creating an ever-widening zone of supernatural danger that affected the surrounding forest in subtle but measurable ways. Trees that had once flourished under the Mythal's beneficial influence began to exhibit signs of mutation and disease. Animals that wandered too close to the ruins returned to their natural habitats, changed in ways that made them dangerous to their own kind. Even the weather patterns in the region showed signs of supernatural influence, with storms that brought rain that poisoned rather than nourished, and seasons that arrived out of their proper order. The scholarly community that had once looked to Drannor as a source of inspiration and knowledge now studied the ruins from a safe distance, using divination magic and scrying techniques to gather information about the ongoing changes in the corrupted Mythal's behavior. These observations revealed that the magical field was not static but continued to evolve and grow stronger with each passing year, suggesting that whatever intelligence guided its malevolent influence was learning and adapting to new circumstances. Some researchers theorized that the Mythal's corruption represented a form of magical cancer, a self-sustaining reaction that would continue to spread until it consumed not only the surrounding region, but potentially the entire continent. Others argued that the perverted magical field was actually a form of supernatural predator, feeding on the life force and spiritual energy of the region to sustain its own existence. The most pessimistic scholars suggested that the ruins had become a doorway to realms of absolute corruption, a breach in reality through which influences hostile to all life were slowly seeping into the material plane. Yet, for all the horror and tragedy that had befallen the great city, for all the corruption that had transformed its crystal spires into monuments to despair, the ruins of Drannor continued to represent something more than mere destruction. In the deepest vaults and most protected chambers, sealed away from the worst effects of the Mythal's corruption, fragments of the original dream survived like embers, waiting for the breath of hope to kindle them into flame once more. Ancient scrolls that spoke of unity and cooperation, magical items that retained their beneficial properties despite the surrounding corruption, and most importantly, the memories preserved in stone and crystal of what had once been achieved when different peoples chose to work together rather than apart. The ruins stood as both warning and promise, a reminder of how completely noble dreams could be corrupted, but also proof that such dreams were possible, that they could be made manifest in the physical world, if those who pursued them were willing to pay the necessary price. The ghosts that haunted the crystal halls were not only spirits of the dead, but embodiments of ideals that refused to die, principles that would continue to inspire new attempts at unity and cooperation, despite the obvious risks such efforts entailed. In the end, perhaps the greatest tragedy of Drannor's fall was not the destruction of a single city, no matter how magnificent, but the shadow it cast over future attempts at building bridges between divided peoples. The ruins served as a constant reminder that even the most successful experiments in unity could be undone by forces of hatred and corruption, that the price of idealism might always be destruction and loss. Yet they also testified to the enduring power of hope, to the human capacity for believing in possibilities that seemed impossible, and to the eternal truth that some dreams are worth pursuing regardless of the cost they might exact from those brave enough to make them real. Chapter 12. Legacy of the Fallen Crown. The greatest tragedies in history are not those that destroy everything they touch, but those that leave behind questions that echo through the centuries, like voices calling across an endless void, challenging each new generation to grapple with the fundamental mysteries of power, purpose, and the price of noble ambition. The fall of Drannor would prove to be such a tragedy, its legacy extending far beyond the cursed ruins that bore its name to shape the very foundations of how civilized peoples understood themselves, their relationships with one another, and the eternal tension between the dream of unity and the reality of division that seems to define the mortal condition. In the immediate aftermath of the great city's destruction, the most obvious consequence was the profound transformation of Elven culture throughout Faerun. The people who had once seen themselves as the elder race, destined to guide and protect the younger peoples through the wisdom accumulated over millennia of experience, now viewed their traditional role with suspicion and fear. The catastrophic failure of their greatest experiment in cooperation had shattered not only their confidence in others, but their faith in themselves, their ability to judge character and intention, their understanding of what their immortal existence was meant to accomplish in a world dominated by shorter-lived, but apparently more adaptable races. The great withdrawal that had begun in the forest enclaves of Coronal spread like ripples across the continent, as Elven communities that had maintained extensive contact with human, dwarven, and halfling neighbors began to sever those connections with deliberate finality. Trade agreements that had persisted for centuries were allowed to lapse without renewal. Diplomatic missions that had facilitated peaceful resolution of conflicts were recalled and disbanded. Even the most basic forms of cultural exchange were gradually reduced to the absolute minimum required to prevent misunderstandings that might lead to armed conflict. This systematic disengagement was not merely a political decision, but a fundamental reimagining of Elven identity and purpose. Where once they had seen their immortal perspective as a gift to be shared with those whose brief lives prevented them from understanding the longer patterns of history and consequence, they now viewed that same perspective as a burden that required protection from contamination by foreign influences. The traditional Elven concept of themselves as guardians and teachers was replaced by a conviction that such roles were not only unappreciated, but actively dangerous to both giver and receiver. The intellectual and artistic consequences of this cultural shift were profound and lasting. Elven scholarship, which had flourished through centuries of cross-cultural exchange and intellectual stimulation, began to turn inward upon itself, focusing on the preservation and interpretation of ancient knowledge, rather than the discovery and creation of new understanding. The innovative magical techniques that had emerged from the collaboration between Elven intuition and human methodology were gradually abandoned in favor of traditional approaches that emphasized purity and authenticity over effectiveness and efficiency. Elven art, which had achieved unprecedented heights of beauty and meaning through the synthesis of different cultural perspectives, became increasingly abstract and esoteric, accessible only to those who possessed the cultural background necessary to understand its symbolic references and emotional resonances. The music that had once celebrated the harmony possible between different peoples was replaced by compositions that emphasized the unique and irreplaceable nature of Elven experience, the profound differences that separated the immortal from the mortal, the civilized from the barbaric, the pure from the contaminated. Perhaps most tragically, the younger generation of elves, those who had grown up during Drannор's golden age and had known no reality other than one where cooperation and understanding were normal rather than exceptional, found themselves caught between two incompatible worldviews. Their lived experience told them that unity was possible, that the barriers between races were artificial constructs that could be overcome through patience and goodwill. Yet the trauma of the great city's fall and the cultural pressure to conform to traditional Elven values forced them to question everything they had believed about themselves and their place in the world. Many of these younger elves chose to maintain their commitment to the ideals of cooperation, despite the social costs such dedication entailed. They established secret societies and underground networks dedicated to preserving the knowledge and techniques that had emerged from multicultural collaboration, working to ensure that the innovations of Drannор's golden age would not be completely lost to future generations. Their efforts were necessarily clandestine, for open advocacy of renewed cooperation with the younger races was seen as borderline treasonous by the increasingly isolationist Elven leadership. The impact of Drannor's fall on human civilization was equally profound, but manifested in different ways, reflecting the fundamental differences between mortal and immortal perspectives on time, memory, and consequence. Where elves would carry the vivid recollection of the city's destruction for centuries to come, humans gradually developed a more complex and nuanced understanding of what had happened and what lessons should be drawn from the tragedy. The initial human response was one of shock and disillusionment, for Drannor had represented the fulfillment of their most ambitious dreams, of what civilization could accomplish when different peoples worked together toward common goals. The city's destruction seemed to validate the arguments of those who had always maintained that cooperation between races was impossible, that the fundamental differences in nature and outlook between humans, elves, dwarves, and halflings made sustained unity nothing more than a dangerous fantasy. Yet, as the immediate trauma of loss gave way to more thoughtful analysis, many human scholars and leaders began to develop a more sophisticated understanding of what had led to the great city's fall. They recognized that the corruption had come not from within the multicultural experiment itself, but from external forces that had deliberately exploited the vulnerabilities that any diverse society inevitably possessed. The lesson was not that unity was impossible, but that it required constant vigilance, that the bonds holding different peoples together needed to be actively maintained and protected against those who would profit from their destruction. This realization led to the development of new approaches to interracial cooperation that were more cautious and limited than what Drannor had attempted, but were also more realistic about the challenges and risks involved. Human kingdoms began to establish formal alliances with dwarven holds and halfling communities that included specific provisions for mutual defense against the kinds of corruption and infiltration that had doomed the great city. These agreements were more contractual and less idealistic than the organic unity that had emerged in Drannor, but they proved more durable precisely because they acknowledged rather than ignored the potential for betrayal and subversion. The dwarven response to Drannor's fall was characteristically practical and focused on concrete lessons that could be applied to future endeavors. Rather than abandoning the principle of cooperation entirely, they concentrated on developing better methods for detecting and countering the kinds of corruption that had infiltrated the great city. Dwarven runesmiths and magical theorists worked to create protective enchantments specifically designed to prevent the gradual subversion of beneficial magic that had enabled the Mythal's transformation from guardian to destroyer. The memorial halls that several dwarven clans established to honor their members who had died in Drannor's defense became centers for the systematic study of what had gone wrong and how similar disasters might be prevented in the future. These institutions developed detailed analyses of the infiltration techniques used by the Army of Darkness, the psychological vulnerabilities that had been exploited to turn different racial communities against one another, and the magical methods that had been employed to corrupt the city's protective systems. Perhaps most importantly, the dwarves maintained their commitment to the principle that cooperation could work if it was properly structured and protected. Their approach was more conservative and limited than what Drannor had attempted, emphasizing formal agreements and mutual obligations, rather than the organic unity that had emerged in the great city. Yet their persistence in seeking alliance with trustworthy partners from other races ensured that the dream of cooperation would survive, even if it took different forms than its original manifestation. The halfling community's response to the tragedy was shaped by their naturally optimistic temperament and their deep-rooted belief in the fundamental goodness of most people, regardless of their racial background. While they mourned the loss of Drannor as deeply as anyone, they refused to accept that its destruction proved the impossibility of unity and cooperation between different peoples. Instead, they focused on preserving the memory of what had been achieved and sharing that memory with anyone willing to listen. Halfling storytellers and traveling merchants became the primary carriers of Drannor's legacy throughout the generations following its fall, their tales ensuring that knowledge of the great city's achievements would survive even in communities that had never experienced such cooperation firsthand. These stories underwent inevitable changes and embellishments over time, but they maintained their essential message that unity was possible, that the barriers between races were not insurmountable, and that the benefits of cooperation far outweighed the risks if proper precautions were taken. The halfling approach to preserving Drannor's legacy was deliberately inclusive and non-threatening, avoiding the political and ideological controversies that had come to surround discussions of the great city's meaning. Their stories focused on individual friendships and small acts of cooperation rather than grand theories of social organization, making the ideals of unity accessible to ordinary people who might never have the opportunity to participate in formal diplomatic initiatives or scholarly exchanges. The religious communities throughout Faerun struggled with perhaps the most difficult questions raised by Drannor's fall. How could the gods have allowed such a perfect expression of divine ideals to be destroyed by forces of evil? The theological debates that emerged from this crisis of faith would shape religious doctrine and practice for centuries to come. As different denominations developed conflicting interpretations of what the tragedy meant for their understanding of divine will and cosmic justice, some religious leaders concluded that the great city's destruction proved that the gods had never intended for different races to unite in the way Drannor had attempted. They argued that the natural order required each people to develop according to their own divinely ordained nature, that attempts to merge different racial characteristics and cultures were inherently blasphemous violations of the cosmic design. This interpretation led to the development of increasingly insular religious practices that emphasized racial purity and cultural separation as essential aspects of spiritual health. Other theologians maintained that Drannor's fall was not a divine judgment against unity, but a test of faith, a challenge that would ultimately strengthen the cause of good by forcing its adherents to find new and better ways of working together. They pointed to the heroism and sacrifice displayed during the city's final days as evidence that the gods had not abandoned their cause, that divine grace had been present even in the midst of ultimate defeat. This perspective led to the development of religious movements dedicated to fostering cooperation between different communities, while acknowledging the very real dangers that such efforts entailed. Perhaps the most sophisticated theological response came from those who argued that Drannar's fate illustrated the eternal tension between order and chaos, creation and destruction, that defined the cosmic struggle between good and evil. They maintained that the great city had succeeded in demonstrating that unity was possible, but it also revealed the price that such achievements required in terms of constant vigilance and willingness to sacrifice for the common good. This interpretation neither condemned nor glorified the multicultural experiment, but acknowledged it as part of the larger pattern of divine justice that required mortals to choose between competing values and accept the consequences of their decisions. The magical community faced its own unique challenges in coming to terms with what had happened to the greatest collaborative magical working in history. The corruption of Drannar's Mythal had demonstrated that even the most sophisticated and well-intentioned magical systems could be turned against their creators, that the very complexity that made such achievements possible also created vulnerabilities that could be exploited by sufficiently determined enemies. This realization led to significant changes in how magical research and development were conducted throughout the civilized world. Projects that had once been pursued through open collaboration between mages of different races and traditions were increasingly conducted within more restricted communities that prioritized security over innovation. The free exchange of magical knowledge that had characterized Drannar's golden age was replaced by more cautious approaches that emphasized the protection of sensitive information rather than its broad dissemination. Yet the magical community also recognized that complete isolation would inevitably lead to stagnation, that the innovations that had made Drannar's achievements possible had emerged precisely from the creative tension between different magical traditions and approaches. This understanding led to the development of new forms of collaborative research that maintained the benefits of cross-cultural exchange, while incorporating the security measures necessary to prevent infiltration and corruption. The most ambitious of these initiatives involved the creation of carefully monitored exchanges between trusted institutions, programs that allowed for limited cooperation while maintaining strict controls over access to sensitive information. These arrangements were far more restrictive and bureaucratic than the organic collaboration that had flourished in Drannor, but they provided a way for the magical community to continue benefiting from diversity while minimizing the risks that such openness entailed. As the centuries passed, and the immediate trauma of Drannar's fall gave way to more historical perspectives, scholars and philosophers began to develop increasingly sophisticated analyses of what the great city's rise and fall meant for understanding the fundamental nature of civilization itself. These studies examined not only the specific circumstances that had led to the tragedy, but the broader questions it raised about the relationship between idealism and pragmatism, between cooperation and security, between the benefits of diversity and the need for unity. One of the most influential of these analyses was produced by the human historian Dahast the Younger, whose multi-volume work, The Crown and the Abyss, Lessons from Drannor, became required reading in universities throughout Faerun. Dahast argued that the great city's fate illustrated the inherent tension between two fundamental approaches to organizing society: the inclusive model that emphasized openness and cooperation, and the exclusive model that prioritized security and stability. According to Dahast's analysis, neither approach was inherently superior to the other, but each carried specific risks and benefits that needed to be carefully considered in light of particular circumstances and objectives. Drannor had achieved unprecedented heights of cultural and technological development precisely because it had embraced the inclusive model so completely, but it had also made itself vulnerable to forms of attack that more exclusive societies could more easily resist. The historian's most controversial conclusion was that the tragedy of Drannor lay not in its fall, but in the failure of its survivors and successors to learn the correct lessons from its destruction. Rather than abandoning the inclusive model entirely, or embracing it without reservation, he argued, subsequent generations should have developed hybrid approaches that captured the benefits of both models while minimizing their respective weaknesses. This perspective gradually gained acceptance among scholars and policymakers who were looking for ways to promote cooperation between different communities without repeating the mistakes that had doomed the great city. It led to the development of what came to be known as limited inclusiveness, carefully structured forms of cooperation that maintained most of the benefits of diversity, while incorporating specific safeguards against the kinds of corruption and infiltration that had proven so devastating to Drannor. Yet for all the scholarly analysis and policy development that Drannor's legacy inspired, perhaps its most important impact was on the level of individual consciousness and aspiration. Refugee camps and hidden settlements, in the halls of sympathetic rulers and the workshops of innovative craftsmen, the memory of what had been achieved in the great city continued to inspire those who refused to accept that the barriers between peoples were insurmountable. These individuals, drawn from every race and every level of society, carried forward the essential insight that Drannor had demonstrated, that cooperation could work, that unity was possible, that the whole could indeed become greater than the sum of its parts, if people were willing to set aside their prejudices and work together toward common goals. They understood the risks that such efforts entailed, for they had witnessed the price that idealism could exact when it was not balanced by pragmatic wisdom. Yet they also understood that the alternative, a world divided by permanent barriers of suspicion and fear, was ultimately more dangerous than any individual experiment in cooperation could ever be. In the end, the true legacy of Drannor was not found in the cursed ruins that bore its name, but in the hearts and minds of those who refused to let its dream die with its physical manifestation. Every act of friendship across racial lines, every moment of cooperation between traditional enemies, every small step toward greater understanding and unity, carried within it an echo of the great city's vision. The crown had fallen, but the ideals it represented proved more durable than crystal, and more enduring than magic. The question that Drannor posed to every subsequent generation was not whether unity was possible, for the great city had proven beyond doubt that it was. The question was whether any given group of people had the wisdom to pursue that unity in ways that acknowledged its risks, while preserving its benefits, the courage to continue striving for cooperation despite the inevitable setbacks and betrayals that such efforts would encounter, and the faith to believe that the dream of a better world was worth any sacrifice required to bring it closer to reality. The greatest dreams indeed carry within them the seeds of the most terrible nightmares, for they inspire passions and ambitions that can either elevate the human spirit to unprecedented heights, or corrupt it into forms of evil that surpass ordinary understanding. Drannor had demonstrated both possibilities with equal clarity, showing that the same vision that could create paradise could also create hell if it was pursued without sufficient wisdom or protected without adequate vigilance. Yet perhaps the most profound lesson of the great city's rise and fall was that the risk of corruption and destruction could never justify abandoning the pursuit of noble ideals entirely. The alternative to risking great failure was accepting small successes, settling for compromises that preserved the status quo rather than reaching for transformations that could remake the world. Drannor's founders had chosen to risk everything in pursuit of their vision of unity, and while that choice had ultimately led to tragedy, it had also produced centuries of achievement that proved such visions were not mere fantasy, but achievable reality. The fallen crown would never be restored to its original glory, for the specific circumstances that had made Drannor possible could never be perfectly replicated. Yet its legacy would endure as long as there remained those who believed that the barriers between peoples were not permanent features of the cosmic order, but temporary obstacles that could be overcome through patience, wisdom, and above all, the courage to continue hoping for a better world, despite all evidence to the contrary. In that enduring hope lay the true immortality of the greatest experiment in unity that the world had ever known, a dream that could never truly die as long as dreamers remained to keep it alive.